Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome home to Eller Media Stadium for the final game of the UNLV Desert Classic. Today's game features the UC Davis Aggies and your UNLV Rebels. Fans, download the UNLV Game Day app today and stay up to date on all of your favorite UNLV teams with notifications straight to your phone. Get today's game program, schedules, live stats, rosters, streaming audio and video, venue maps,
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to Eller Media Stadium in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. UNLV and UC Davis about ready to do battle for the second time this weekend in the UNLV Desert Classic. UNLV coming into this ball game 3-6 on the 2026 campaign, while UC Davis, they are 5-4. This is the second matchup, as I mentioned. The first matchup of the weekend for UNLV against UC Davis. Back on Friday, they lost 5-1. It was a pitching duel for majority of that game. UC Davis able to squeak out a win, and for UNLV, they did not. I don't want to say squeak out a win. They were able to get 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning, won 5-1. UNLV was no hit through 6 innings. Finally, were able to get on the board with a solo home run by Presley Barnes to right field. That got UNLV on the board, but the Rebels did drop that game. UNLV has seen some improvements from last weekend, where UNLV just went 1-4, lost to Cal Baptist twice, UIC once, and Purdue. UNLV was run ruled twice in that ball game, in that weekend. This weekend, UNLV currently sitting right now 2-2 with an opportunity to go 3-2, and you want to see some improvements. Well, UNLV has been able to defeat well, they lost to Seattle U, but Quinnipiac, they've been able to beat them twice, 10-1 and 9-1. And for UNLV, they would look to bounce back and get a revenge win against UC Davis. It is a picture-perfect day here in Las Vegas. A little bit cloudy, but no threat of precipitation, no wind, as we are underway. As Lauren Fedek will lead it off in the circle for UNLV, and the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. We mentioned UNLV 3-6 on the 2026 campaign. They're led by their head coach, Christy Fox, who was in her 9th season. The 0-1. This one is going to be taken high for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Calling balls and strikes today is Dallas Appleflocker. Wyatt Bowers is over at first, and Trina Comerford is over at third. That is the umpiring crew today here on this Sunday. As the 1-1 count here to Alyssa Deflison. Deflison, the starting right fielder. In the first game against UNLV, she was 1 for 4 with 3 RBIs. She had a double to left center field that scored 3 in the top of the 7th. It kind of gave UC Davis a little bit of room to work with and some insurance runs, and it came back to help them out, although UNLV did score only 1. Still, when you go into the bottom of the 7th inning on top 5-0 compared to 2-0, it does make a difference. As right now, Lauren Fedek with the count 3-2, and the pitch is going to be in there for a strike. Well, it said the count was 3-2, but I think we jumped it. So now, I believe now it's 3-2. My apologies on that. Fedek is set. UNLV in their home white uniforms. The great pinstripes here for UC Davis, as that one's going to be ripped into the gap for a base hit, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. It's going to be a leadoff double here for UC Davis in the top of the first inning. So a leadoff double, and UNLV will have to deal with some chaos on the base pass, as Kira Brady will be up to bat, the starting center fielder. Deflison, who last season started 47 out of the 50 games, led the team and Big West in triples with 5. She's got good speed. Was 19 for 19 on stolen base opportunities. At an average of 275 with 2 home runs and 14 RBIs. She's able to rip one into the gap. As Fedek is set, and the first pitch is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. So for Lauren Fedek, the freshman from Boise, Idaho, standing 5'11". For Fedek on the year right now, the ERA is sitting at 5.60. As this one is going to be taken down low for a ball. 2-0 is the count. For Fedek, 10 innings of work. She's given up 18 hits, 13 runs. 8 of them have been earned. 7 walks to 7 strikeouts, 2 doubles given up, and 1 home run. That home run came against Seattle U last night, as this one is going to be slapped foul down the first baseline, and the count goes to 2-1. Defensively for UNLV, Kiana Chavez is out in left field. Mantha Hansenbeller is in center field. Maggie Vaza is over in right field. Over at third base for UNLV is Rachel Cook. At short is Lila Gonzalez. Taryn Calderon is over at second. Bree Williams at first. And Presley Barnes is behind the plate. The 2-1 pitch. This one's a chopper that's going to go up the middle. Picked up. Throw to first will be in time. No, it's not in time. It moves Bree Williams off the bag. Gonzalez charging in. Thought that was going to be able to sneak through on the high bounce. Gonzalez was able to field it. Got a decent throw, but not decent enough as it moved Bree Williams off the bag. So we've got runners on the corners here, and we have a quick review. Or I'm going to say a quick review. A meeting was initiated by UC Davis. Everybody ran off the field for UC Davis. They're over at the dugout, and at UNLV, all the infielders are in the circle. So right now for UNLV, dealing with some chaos on the base path. So Lauren Fedek, who this is her second appearance of the weekend. Yesterday, she went 3 2/3, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. 20 batters faced, 77 pitches for Fedek. A freshman who currently, as it stands right now, is 1-1 on the 2026 campaign. UNLV as a team, their team ERA at 5.23. Was one of the areas that the Rebels wanted to improve on. They attacked it in the transfer portal in the high school ranks as a bunt attempt. Throw over to second. We're going to get a rundown here, potentially trying to get an out. Bree Williams drops the ball. It's going to trickle on over to her right, and coming in to score for the first run of the ball game is Deflison. So UNLV defensive miscues as Brady was able to get into a rundown in between first and second. Thought she was going to get tagged out. Williams had the ball kind of a bounce out of her hand. And UNLV surrenders the first run of the ball game. Now a runner in scoring position. Still nobody out. The count is 0-1 here to Riley Reeves, the starting second baseman. As the first pitch is going to hit on the outside part of the zone. The next pitch is going to hit on the outside part of the zone for a strike. 0-2 is the count. Reeves wearing number 9, the sophomore, standing 5'7" last season. Played in 48 games of 46 starts, 36 hits, 5 doubles, 2 triples, 1 home run, and 17 RBIs. 5 for 11 this weekend. She's been locked in as that one's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-2 is the count. So an error by UNLV for the Rebels. That was a little bit of a problem in the first weekend. And right now that is their 19th error of the year compared to opponents' 9 against them. As the 1-2 is just going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-2 is the count. I mentioned just underway here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sunday afternoon, final day. UNLV hosting their second straight tournament. They will host one next weekend as well, Thursday through Sunday, as the 2-2 pitch by Fedek is going to be fouled back out of play. So the count remains 2-2. UC Davis 5-4, UNLV 3-6. The Rebels trying to go above 500 this weekend after going 1-4 last weekend. Fedek is set, and the 2-2 pitch, that one is going to be swung on and fouled back out of play. Count remains even, 2-2. For UC Davis to start out the season, their team average right now at 248. But opponents are hitting 243, so they've been really locked in the circle. They would like to get their bats going a little bit more. But Reeves, who is currently at the plate right now with a 478 average, as this one is fouled back into the netting. And the count remains 2-2. Runner at second here in the top of the first inning, just underway here in the entertainment capital of the world on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Fedek trying to get the strikeout. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back into the netting yet again. Good battle here between Reeves and Fedek. Panziera is due up next for the Aggies, the starting shortstop. So we've had 2 hits. They give that one throw there by Gonzalez that moved Williams off the bag. They gave that an infield hit, but obviously the error on the the rundown in between first and second. As this battle continues on, the count 2-2. UC Davis, as we mentioned, 5-4 this weekend. They've been Friday night was a lot better for them than yesterday, as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled yet again. It's got to be about the 6th or 7th foul ball that Reeves has been able to stay alive on. But for UC Davis, they beat Seattle on Friday morning, 5-1, then defeated UNLV 5-1. Yesterday did not go well for them. They dropped both of their games 7-2 and 12-5 to Seattle and Quinnipiac. Fedek has set the 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3, and Lauren Fedek is able to get the strikeout, and that was much needed for Fedek after she had to deal with a lot of traffic on the base paths early on in the ballgame for the freshman. And that strikeout, the first of the ballgame, brought to you by Belfort Property Restoration. So 1-0 the score, 1 on with 1 out. And the first pitch is going to be taken down low for a ball, 1-0 count. It is Marley Panziera. Panziera's getting the start today at short. As she will take the next pitch in there for a ball, 2-0 count. You've got Sydney Poley due up next. So 1-0 the score. Lauren Fedek has given up the leadoff double, an infield hit. Got the strikeout, trying to just limit the damage to just 1 run, as the next pitch is going to be taken down low, 3-0 is the count. Which is some of the stats overall here for UNLV to start out the season. Their team average at 254. Opponents are hitting 308. But UNLV is limiting the team ERA at 4.23, while opponents are at 5.01. As that one is going to be dropped in there for a strike. UNLV, both wins this weekend have been run rule over Quinnipiac. Lauren Fedek in the circle, a very talented incoming recruit from Boise, Idaho. As this one is going to hit on the outside for a strike, and the count goes full now, 3-2. For Fedek last season, ranked number 2 pitcher by extra innings in the 2025 Mountain Region. Named the 2025 5A Idaho State Player of the Year, Idaho Max Preps Player of the Year. So a lot of accolades for Fedek. As the payoff pitch, trying to look for the strikeout, she's unable to get it. So it is a walk issued by UNLV, 2 on with 1 out. As UC Davis looking for the sweep against UNLV this weekend. Sydney Poley will be up to bat. One nothing the score early on here in the top of the first, 2 on with 1 out. And the first pitch, Fedek is able to drop that one in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Poley, who came into the ball game against UNLV the first time around, came in as a pitch runner, then stayed over at first. She was 0 for 2 with a run scored. Count is 0-1. The next pitch here by Fedek is going to be dropped in there for a strike, and she's in control of this battle here. 0-2 is the count with 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Got Brady at second. Panziera over at first. Was able to draw the walk. Got a double, a single, and a walk mixed in with an error. And that error led to the one and only run, as that one's going to be taken high for a ball. 1-2 is the count. For UC Davis, as we talked about, their team average at 248. Team ERA coming into this ballgame, 4.02. They've had 42 strikeouts as a pitching staff start out the year to just 21 walks, as this one is going to be taken down low for a ball. 2-2 is the count. Ashley Sawai will be the starting pitcher today for UC Davis. Fedek is set. The 2-2 is a chopper. Fedek, nice play. She looks over at the runners at third and second, realizes the only place she's got is to first, and Lauren Fedek using all of her 5'11" frame on that one to take away a potential base hit. Don't know where that ball would have been. It would have created chaos and trouble. She's able to get the all-important second out here. Runners at second and third, but for Kaylin Phillips, the designated player for UC Davis, she is going to have to try to get a two-out hit. First pitch here by Fedek is a check swing. Did it hit the bat or did it hit the arm? I believe it hit the bat, so it is going to be a foul ball there as Phillips on the check swing. Phillips, the freshman from San Diego, California, for this ball game, has started 3 games this season, has had 2 multi-hit games, 0 for 2 in the lone game played this weekend against Seattle U. Fedek is set, and there's a swing and a miss, and Lauren is 1 strike away from getting out of this inning with just the 1 run given up for UNLV. Calderon, Cook, and Aki will lead it off for the Rebels. Head coach for UC Davis, Erin Thorpe, who is in her 12th season. The 0-2 misses down low. They were trying to get Phillips to chase, is unable to. Runners at second and third. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. 1 and 2 is the count. UNLV trying to avenge a loss on Friday where the Rebels were no hit going into the bottom of the 7th inning. 1-2. It's on the outside part of the zone, strike 3, and Lauren Fedek picks up another strikeout, her second of the inning, and she limits the damage to just 1 run. As we go to the bottom of the first here at Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada, UNLV will come up to bat for the first time with UC Davis on top, 1-0. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. UC Davis on top of UNLV 1-0. As UC Davis got a couple hits, but it was not a base hit that scored their first run if you're just joining us. With runners at the corners, UC Davis put a runner in motion. UNLV tried to get the runner out in a rundown, and then ball bounced off the glove of Bree Williams. So it was an error by UNLV, and the Rebels will try to get that run back. As leading off for UNLV will be Taryn Calderon, and the first pitch is going to be in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Ashley Sawai in the circle here for the Aggies. Sawai wearing number 3, and she is a good pitcher, probably the best pitcher on this roster for UC Davis. 2024 All Big West second team, the 2024 Freshman Pitcher of the Year in the Big West, as Calderon will send this one into left field for a base hit. So the freshman is able to rip one into left field. And UNLV will have their leadoff batter on the base pass for Taryn. She was raking before that last base hit. 455 average. That's her 6th hit now in 12 plate appearances. I'm not very good at math, but that one I can tell is 500 average now. 2 home runs for her as UNLV will bring up Rachel Cook. Cook, 2 for 16 on the year, 125. So she's looking to get a little bit of a bounce back here. Defense is in. We'll see if Christy Fox will decide to go with the sacrifice squeeze to get Calderon over at second and give Sherelle Aki an opportunity to hit and tie this game up with a runner in scoring position. Bunt attempt, it's placed down, but rolls foul. But I mentioned for Sawai, last season, named the 2025 All-Big West second team. In her career, she's 16-18 with a 3.11 ERA and 234 innings of work, 142 Ks, and an average of 279 against her. This is her second appearance of the weekend. As next pitch is going to miss down low. Cook pulls it back. Count goes to 1-1. For Sawai, against Seattle U, 6 innings of work. She gave up 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, no walks, 5 strikeouts. She has 12 strikeouts to just 2 walks in 14 innings. So getting the strikeouts and avoiding the free pass, as this one's fouled back out of play. Her record on the season is 1-1. Her loss in her first outing against Sacramento State, where she went 2 innings, 5 hits, giving up 4 runs. They were all earned, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. Her last 2 appearances against San Diego and against Seattle U, 12 innings combined, 6 hits given up. As this one's going to be sent to second off the glove, and everybody's going to be safe. Reeves bobbled the ball at second, trying to go for the backhand. Calderon was hustling. It's like, please let me get there before they get the force out, and a little miscue defensively by both teams. The first time it resulted in a run for UC Davis in the top of the first. Will it result in a run for UNLV as that brings up the local product, Sherelle Aki. Aki on the year, 238 average, 5 hits and 21 plate appearances, 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. Aki is going to take this one high for a ball, 1-0's a count. So UC Davis, who sent 5 batters up, or 6 batters up, in the top of the first. They were 2 for 5 overall, 1 for 4 with runners on and runners in scoring position. They'll throw back to second as Calderon is having a decent-sized lead. UNLV on the season right now, 7 for 9 on stolen base opportunities. Taryn over at second. She's 3 for 3. The 1-1 to Aki. She pops this one up down the right-hand side. Will it stay in play? It will, but it lands foul. It was Poley who was giving it a chase over at first, just out of her reach. And the count goes to 1-2. The defensive alignment for UC Davis, you got McFarland out in left field. Brady is in center. Deathlison is in right field. Got Poley, as we mentioned, at first. Reeves at second. As Aki pops this one up into shallow right center field, and Reeves makes a great catch. It's not as easy as it looked there, and Sherelle Aki unable to capitalize with 2 on and nobody out, and that will bring up Kiana Chavez. Chavez, the New Mexico transfer. And Chavez, to start out her UNLV career, has been locked in. 350 average, 7 hits and 20 plate appearances, 3 doubles, and 3 RBIs. Defense still in, maybe expecting a bunt, as Chavez will take the first pitch on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Got Macias over at third. Panziera is over at short. And Calanetra is behind the plate. That is the defensive alignment here for UC Davis, as Chavez is going to send this one too short, and everybody has got to hustle back. Panziera is able to go to her left, kind of twisting a little bit, clamps it down. And so UNLV, after getting the first 2 batters on the base paths, unable to move them any further. That will bring up Presley Barnes, the starting catcher today for UNLV. Barnes on the year, 417 average, 5 hits and 12 plate appearances, 2 home runs, and 4 RBIs. The catchers for UNLV have been really, really good. Her and Diamond Sefe. Sefe is currently at 455 as this one's popped up and it's going to land on top of the netting over on the first base dugout, occupied by UC Davis. UC Davis will have the 7, 8, and 9 hitters due up in the top of the second inning, as Sawai looking to close the door down and put up a 0 spot after the first 2 reached on base. This one's popped back into the netting. Right now, as it stands, they are going to have 2 hits for UNLV. So they gave Cook a single to second base. One nothing is the score. The count is 0-2, 2 outs. UNLV looking for a clutch 2-out hit. The pitch. Down low, the ball gets away. Everybody's going to advance. Calderon is over at third, and Cook will head to second. Calinetra behind the plate, unable to keep it in front of her as it rolled to the right, and that was just the opening that UNLV wanted to advance the runner. So if Barnes can get anything into the outfield, UNLV has a great opportunity to take the lead. The count 1-2. Maggie Vaza due up next. If Barnes can keep this inning alive, she does not. Swings and misses. Barnes slams the bat down in frustration as Sawai is able to strike her out and is able to work around the 2 singles as we go to the top of the second inning. UC Davis on top of UNLV 1-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. Thank you for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you're watching on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. While we got an opportunity, we want to mention this game is brought to you by the Southern Nevada Chevy dealers. From game day to getaway, Chevy's lineup is ready for all the adventure ahead. Choose from SUVs like the roomy and versatile Equinox or Silverado, trusted by those who know what real dependability means. See your Southern Nevada Chevy dealer today. 1-0 is the score. UC Davis on top of UNLV as we head to the top of the second. Lauren Feddick back out for another inning of work. Lauren did a good job of avoiding a major inning as the 1 run came across via the error by UNLV. Right now on the scoreboard, it has 2 errors for the Rebels. Right on the stat broadcast, I'm sitting at 1, so always a fun one. We'll see what the official number will be, as this one is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Bottom of the lineup here for UC Davis. Naomi Calinetra, the starting catcher today for the Aggies. Who is hitting .231 on the year, 6 hits and 26 plate appearances. As there's a swing and a miss there. 1-2 is the count. Out of the regular starters for UC Davis, only 1 player has hit over 300. Kaylin Phillips is in the lineup. She was 4 for 8 coming into this ball game as that one hits on the outside part of the zone, strike 3. So Feddick is able to get the backwards K. That's her 3rd of the ball game for the freshman. So right now for UC Davis, the pitching looks really good. Starting out the year, they're waiting for the bats to kind of wake up. The Aggies, who were projected to finish 6th in the Big West preseason poll, these are going to be future Mountain West rivals. As the first pitch is going to be taken down low for a ball, 1-0 is the count. It is number 10, Kayla Macias. Macias getting the start today at 3rd. Low 1-0 by Lauren. As this one's going to be sent over to first. Easy play for Bree Williams, 3 unassisted. 2 quick outs here in the top of the second inning. As Macias is set down. She is now 1 for 8 on the year. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, the starting left fielder, Olivia McFarland. McFarland getting the start today. She is 2 for 10 on the year, 200 average. As the first pitch is going to bounce away and hit off the netting. That one had some velocity on it, bouncing off the pole there. Count is 1-0. So Fedek really only, as she's gone through the first part of the lineup, only one, I would say, besides the walk, where the at-bat didn't go the way that she would like to, and that was that leadoff double. Other than that, looking crisp and clean is the freshman as she hits the outside part of the zone, and the count goes to 1-1. Defleson due up next. If McFarland can keep this inning alive. She almost chased on that outside as it misses. 2-1 is the count. Just looking at the schedule for UNLV, a final day of the UNLV Desert Classic. And then UNLV will be hosting the UNLV Rebel Classic, where UNLV will be playing 5 games through 3 days. Actually, 4 days, my apologies. As the 2-1 pitch, this one's ripped down the right field line, and the count goes to 2-2. UNLV will take on Valparaiso on Thursday, Utah Valley on Friday, and then Idaho State and Merrimack, the 2 games on Saturday, and then Merrimack again on Sunday. And UNLV will be on the road for the first time this season from February 27th through March 1st in Tempe, Arizona for the GCU ASU Classic. UNLV will play Power 4 schools Wisconsin and Arizona State as the 2-2 pitch by Fedek. Down low, 3-2 is the count here to McFarland. Also in that tournament, UC Riverside and Eastern Illinois. For UC Davis, as we mentioned, they're 5-4. They started out their season with a loss to Sacramento State, then won 2 straight against San Diego. Lost to Mount Westphal for UNLV, Colorado State 6-2, as this one is going to be sent to second. On the back end, it's going to be a tough play. Throw will not be in time as McFarland is able to easily beat that out. That was a tough play, and give credit to McFarland. You hit him right where they're not at, and Calderon going to her right. He's got good speed, but on the backhand, throw to first was not going to get McFarland out. So that's the 3rd hit of the ball game here for the Aggies. And that will bring up Defleson. Defleson ripped a double into the gap in her first plate appearance. Came around and scored the lone run of the ball. Came right back at Fedek. Goodness gracious, Lauren. A right at him ball. Great reaction as it goes right into the glove. That was kind of a defensive swipe, and it works out. So after the infield hit that had about maybe 50 miles an hour on the exit velo, that one looked like it had 100 right at Fedek, and she's able to clamp it down for out number 3. We go to the bottom of the second. UC Davis on top of UNLV, 1-0. Bottom of the second here at Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada, the entertainment capital of the world. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. Want to mention this game is brought to you by Pueblo Medical Imaging. The friendly staff of Pueblo Medical Imaging is eager to take care of all your radiology needs and offer same-day, next-day availability. With top-of-the-line, state-of-the-art equipment, they're open 7 days a week with early morning and evening appointments to accommodate all patient schedules. We're at the bottom of the second, UNLV trailing 1-0. Lauren Fedek with a heck of a play there. And those are always the scary ones, the comebacker right to the pitcher on a line. But Fedek was able to get the glove up right at the perfect time, gets the out, and UNLV worked around that infield hit. As the Rebels will be up to bat here for the second time. They had 2 hits in the bottom of the first, but could not get the clutch hitting. As up to bat here is Maggie Vaza. 0-1 is the count here to Vaza on the check swing. Did she go around, appeal over to first? No. Says Wyatt Bowers. Bree Williams is due up next for UNLV, and Bree, who went in the history books for the most RBIs in a game. Earlier this weekend, 9 RBIs for Williams, as this one's going to be dropped down low for a ball. 2-1 is the count. For Vaza, who's getting her 4th start of the year, 3 hits and 12 plate appearances, .250 average. 3 RBIs. All 3 of those RBIs came on a bases-clearing double. A 2-1. Swing and a miss. And that count goes to 2-2. It was a pitching duel for these two teams on Friday. It was Caroline Grimes who got the better of Emma Wardlaw. 7 innings of work for Grimes, 1 hit given up. It was that home run, as there's a swing and a miss and a strikeout. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Sawai, and that'll bring up Bree Williams. Bree Williams, .421 average on the year. She has been red hot to start out her senior year campaign. 8 hits and 19 plate appearances, 6 runs scored, a double, but 3 home runs and 13 RBIs. She leads UNLV in both of those categories, as the first pitch is going to be taken down low for a ball, 1-0 count. UNLV has smacked 11 home runs to start out the season. For UC Davis, they're still waiting for their first home run as a team, and now time will be called here. First mound visit for the Aggies. I mentioned for UC Davis, no long balls yet. Still trying to wake up those bats. Last season, they went 15-36, 9-18 in conference play. They've finished below 500 in the past 2 seasons. UNLV trying to get back to the Mount West tournament, missed out on it last season. 2 years ago, UNLV, they were 1 game away from winning the regular season championship. It was a great series between them and San Diego State. Count is 1-0 here to Williams. Got Mantha Hatzenbeller due up next. The 1-0. And Williams will take that one on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is the count. For UC Davis in the top of the 3rd inning, they will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up. Breek attacks this one to right field. It's going to be on a line, an easy play. And that'll be out number 2 here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Deflison did not have to move out there in right field. So I'll bring up Mantha Hatzenbeller in the start today in center field. Hatzenbeller, who hit her first career home run yesterday. 3 hits in 10 plate appearances, and it was a long ball. It was not a cheap one. It went into the palm trees. Hatzenbeller like to get her 2nd career home run, would tie the game up, but she's now down in the count 0-1. If Hatzenbeller can keep this inning alive, you've got Lila Gonzalez, the freshman, who's getting the start today out at shortstop. We'll be up to that. So UNLV team, as the 0-1 pitch inside for a ball, 1-1 is the count, have to replace so many key players in the lineup from last year's squad via the graduation transfer portal. Obviously the big one, the RBI queen, Ariana Martinez, who was dangerous every time she came up to bat. One of the best players. You can make the argument might be the best player in UNLV history. Count is 1-2 here. Sawai looking for another scoreless frame. She's also looking for another strikeout. She's got 2 on the day. This one misses on the outside, and now the count is even 2-2. Hatzenbeller, the sophomore from Idaho. Usually we've seen her last week, and we saw her out in left field, but today getting the start in center. As that one hits on the outside part of the zone, a little high for strike number 3, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Sawai now has 3 strikeouts on the day. We go to the top of the 3rd. UC Davis on top, 1-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Top of the third, UC Davis on top of UNLV 1-0. Second game this weekend that the Aggies and the Rebels have faced off against each other. We were talking about the first game. Caroline Grimes was lights out, 7 innings of work. She gave up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Emma Wardlaw picked up the loss, 7 innings of work for her, 6 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned, a walk and 4 strikeouts. It was 3 runs for UC Davis that they were able to get in the top of the 7th. And right now they're on top 1-0. They've been leaning on their pitching staff early on this season as the first pitch by Lauren Fedek is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Up to bat here is Kiara Brady. 1-0 by Fedek. That one's inside. Did it get Brady? No, yes, it did. Brady was a little bit hesitant on going to first, but the home plate umpire said, yes, it hit her on the elbow pad. So she'll head to first, and Lauren Fedek now for the 3rd straight inning will have to deal with runners on the base pads. Chrissy Fox will pop out of the dugout and will ask the umpire and saying, did she make an effort to get out of the way, or if it hit the bat as well? Obviously, these are challengeable plays, and now the umpiring crew are coming out to talk it over. As right now, bring up Riley Reeves, who in that first game against UNLV had an RBI triple. And they're going to have a review here. So we are going to have a video replay. Obviously, for us on the YouTube channel, it's just one cam, so you guys can go back and rewind and check for yourself. So we'll take a quick break here, and we'll come back in the top of the 3rd with the official ruling. Right now, UC Davis on top of UNLV 1-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium. The umpires have popped out, and I kind of can't hear them what they're saying. They're going to say it hit the end of the bat. So Brady will have to head back over, I believe. Yes, we'll have to head back over to the batter's box, and a good challenge by Christy Fox, as she was able to get a good look at it. And for Coach Fox, I mean, this 3rd game that I've been able to call this season, she's well above 500 on her challenges early on. So Kira Brady will have to head back to the batter's box here. The count 1-1. And for Fedek, that's a sigh of relief as she's trying to get kind of a clean inning. She's only given up the 1 run through 2, but has had to deal with runners on the base paths, especially in that first inning, as that one's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. Right now for Fedek, the stat line, 2 innings of work, 3 hits, 1 run. It was not earned. A walk and 3 strikeouts. Has given up 1 extra base hit. It was a double, leadoff double in the top of the first. Stat line for UNLV, no runs, 2 hits, 1 error. They've left 2 runners on the base paths. As the 2-1 pitch is going to be sent over to short. Gonzalez has it. Throw to first will be in time for out number 1. 6-3 on the score sheet if you're following along. And that will bring up number 9, Riley Barnes. Or Riley Reeves, sorry. I had mixed up, had Presley Barnes and Riley Reeves, both names stuck in my head, and I went 1 out of 2 on doing the proper name, as this one is going to be in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Reeves is 0 for 1 on the day. The second baseman coming in. She was their best hitter for UC Davis to start out this 2026 campaign. She came in with a 478 average and been locked in. And she'll take that one on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Or 1-1 is the count. For Reeves, that was the 3rd time that she has struck out this season. Fedek is set, the 1-1. He is dropped in there perfectly for a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. Fedek with 3 strikeouts on the day. Lauren, who's listed as a pitcher and also as a first baseman, I believe mainly is going to be used as a pitcher this year, as the 1-2 pitch is popped up in the air over the left-hand side. Who wants it? Coming on in, it's going to be Hatzenbeller, and she'll clamp it down for out number 2. So Fedek 1 out away from getting her first 1-2-3 inning of the day. And just looking at it here for Fedek in her young collegiate career, most strikeouts that she had was 4 in 4 innings of work against UIC. Came back on February 6th, the game that she picked up her first career win. She's 1-2 on the year. And with that 5.60 ERA, as that one is going to be dropped in for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Marley Panziera up to bat. The starting shortstop today for the Yankees of UC Davis. Trying to keep this inning alive. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing, but it's going to be a strike regardless. 0-2 is the count. And Fedek, after a little bit shaky in that first inning, really locked in the last 2. Panziera walked in her first plate appearance. Right now today for UC Davis, they're 1 for 3 with 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch is a chopper that's going to go foul down the first baseline, and we'll do it all over again with the count 0-2. Poley is due up next if UC Davis can keep this inning alive. Overall today, they're 3 for 11, UNLV 2 for 8 for the Rebels. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, it'll be the 9-1 and 2 hitters. Gonzalez with her first plate appearance of the ball game. Calderon and Cook, who are both 1 for 1. This one's popped up, and it's going to be landing in foul territory into the stands here at Eller Media Stadium. 1-0 is the score. This game setting up just like it was on Friday between these two teams. Fedek is set. Looking for strikeout number 4, the 0-2 pitch. Can't get it there as that one didn't come close, and it was an easy take there for Marley. But for Fedek and, this UNLV pitching staff that is revamped. They bring back their top 2 throwers from last year's squad, but it wasn't really that deep of a pitching unit. Right now we've seen 6 pitchers used by UNLV this year as the 1-2 pitch. Misses on the outside, 2-2 is the count. Emma Wardlaw leads the way in ERA at a 2.38. Yanina Sherwood, who got out to a rough start, but as of lately has been locked in, 4.91 ERA for Sherwood. Fedek coming in with that 5.60 ERA. You've seen Amelia Weber She's been used for 2 2/3 innings of work as this one's fouled off yet again. The count remains 2-2. Reagan Everett, a 5.25 ERA. And Sophie Stockham, who has been used for 1 2/3 innings of work. So, you know, there are a lot more options for UNLV to use this year. It's really at that point where UNLV it was really a two-person rotation, as that one will just miss on the outside for a ball of 3 2's to count. Right now for the Rebels at a 4.23 ERA. And as a pitching staff, they've only given up 5 home runs compared to the 11 that UNLV's been able to get as an offensive unit. Count is 3-2. Fedek looking for the 1-2-3 inning. The payoff pitch is swung on and fouled off yet again. The junior from Salinas, California, Panziera, in her career, this is her 100th career game at UC Davis. 94th career start. She has a career .226 average of 7 home runs and 30 RBIs. Overall 53 hits, 8 doubles, and 4 triples. As the payoff pitch, this one smacked into right field. This ball is well hit, and it's going to go over the head of Maggie Vaza. We might have a play at second. No, we will not. A throw went to Calderon, but she did not fire it over, and it's going to be a 2-out double as Vaza kind of stepped in a little bit first and then realized that ball was going to go well over her head. So it's a 2-out double, and for the 3rd straight inning for UC Davis, they are able to get a runner on the base pass. They will try to get another 2-out hit to try to go up 2-0 as Anthony Oresco, the pitching coach for UNLV in his 2nd season, out to talk to Lauren Fedek. 2nd double for UC Davis on their 4th overall hit. So I'll bring up Sydney Poli. And for Panziera, that is her 2nd time reaching the base paths. First time via the walk, and now this time with a rocket shot to right field. And for UC Davis, that was their 10th double of the season. As mentioned, they're still waiting for their first home run as they've played 9 games. We mentioned last weekend they went 3-2. That loss to Colorado State was talking about them that Sunday last week on Super Bowl Sunday. They won against St. Mary's 3-2. Their game against Pacific was postponed. They're 2-2 on the weekend here in Las Vegas, just like UNLV. And they'll play Santa Clara on Tuesday. As the first pitch by Fedek is going to be taken for a ball, 1-0's account. And then they will head down the road here from Las Vegas, Nevada, to St. George, Utah. It's about an hour and a half drive, I would say, for the Utah Tech tournament. They'll play Weber State, Utah Tech. 2 games each between Weber State and Utah Tech. As the 1-0 pitch. Down low for a ball, 2-0's account. So Fedek, who got in a favorable hitter's count, unable to put away Panziera. Multiple foul balls in that plate appearance. You got Phillips due up next. If Poli can keep this inning alive, the 2-0 pitch. This one's popped up in the air on the right-hand side. Diving attempt. Fedek can't get it, but it's going to land in foul territory. I don't think Fedek touched it, so yes, it's a foul ball. So Lauren, with a valiant effort, missed the ball completely, and that worked out to her advantage because on the backspin, the ball went foul. So Lauren will dirty up the nice white uniforms that UNLV is wearing. A little bit of discussion. It was very close to Fedek actually making contact with that ball, but it just out of her outstretched reach for the freshman. Who stands 5 foot. Actually, her height isn't on there. I thought 5'11", what I saw. We'll have to double check. Is the 2-1. Oh, he is going to be in there for a strike. 2-2's the count. Yes, 5'11". There we go. I was like, I know I saw it somewhere. It's on the roster, on the website here at UNLV. Is the 2-2 pitch. This one's going to be ripped to right field. It's going to land for a base hit. Vaza gets to it, gets it on the bare hand. The throw will be cut off by Bree Williams as ugly slide at home, but it works. 2-0 the score. Back-to-back 2-out hits. As this one to right field lands in front of Vaza, and Poli will get the RBI. Panziera, who sliding at home, almost kind of spiked herself. And they'll bring up Phillips. So Poli with the RBI, 2-0. And Fedek, who was so close to getting out of this inning, now will try to limit the damage to just the 1 run. Poli grounded out to Fedek in her first plate appearance as the first pitch is fouled back into the netting. And the count goes to 0-1. I mentioned for UNLV in the bottom of the third inning, it will be the 9-1 and 2 hitters due up. Calderon and Cook both have the hits for UNLV. And the Rebels in that bottom of the first had a golden opportunity. It was 2 on with nobody out, but could not get the timely hitting. They were 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. Now for UC Davis, 2 for 5. They're 3 for 5 with 2 outs. So that one just misses for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Kalinetra is due up next if Phillips can keep this inning alive. So Poli with the RBI single. First RBI, true RBI for UC Davis. The first run was scored on a error on a rundown, as that one is fouled back and the count goes to 1-2. So Fedek trying to get another strikeout. Would be her fourth and limit the damage to just 1 run. The 1-2 pitch misses down low as they were trying to get Phillips a chase, unable to. 2-2 is the count. UNLV, both wins have been run rule wins. Last weekend for UNLV, they were 1-4, so they've seen an improvement from last weekend to this weekend. As the 2-2 pitch. This one's ripped to left field, and it's going to land for a base hit. Chavez gets to it quickly. As Poli will stop at second. Phillips with a little bloop single, and Lauren Fedek now has given up 3 straight 2-out hits. Naomi Kalinetra up to bat. The starting catcher, she is 0 for 1 on the day. She was caught looking in her first plate appearance back in the top of the second inning. And she has a golden opportunity to try to blow this game open for UC Davis, as that one's going to be in there for a strike. 0-1 is a count. And the frustrating thing here for Fedek is that she's getting into, favorable counts. But UC Davis is just battling here and able to get that run here in the third. As this one is going to be taken down low. 1-1 is the count. They're not chasing as well, is UC Davis. 6 hits now in the ballgame for the Aggies. 1 run, 3 hits in this third. The 1-1 is going to be taken high for a ball. 2-1 is the count. Two on, 2 out here in the top of the third. 1 run across the board. Fedek gets her sign, trying to get back in the count. The 2-1. Won't happen there. It's now 3-1. Walk is not the worst thing in the world. You load the bases up, but then you get the force out at any base you want. As we mentioned, for UC Davis, who will be entering the Mountain West next season. So this is going to be a regular matchup between UNLV and UC Davis. 3-1. This one sent in the left center field. It's going to land for a base hit. Hatzenbeller boots the ball. A run will score. Everyone's going to advance. Throw to second will not be in time. And it's now 3-0 UC Davis as they're able to just kind of dink and dunk here. All 3 singles landing, little bloop singles landing in front of each of the outfielders. 1 to right, 1 to left, and now this one to center field. Hatzenbeller kind of overran it. Ball bounced off of her glove. And UNLV, they're going to bring in a new pitcher. Looks like it's going to be Yanina Sherwood. So a pitching change for UNLV. We'll take a quick break and be right back here from Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. 3-0 UC Davis on top of UNLV. Pitching change for UNLV. Lauren Fedek is out of the ball game. Yanina Sherwood is in. So Sherwood will try to limit the damage to just 2 runs. You got runners at second and third here. All of this damage coming with 2 outs. 5 for 7 is UC Davis with 2 outs as Lauren Fedek on the hook for the runners at second and third. As Macias will be up to bat. Sherwood is set. First pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Some tight pitches that have not been going UNLV's way right now in this inning. As Macias will try to get a clutch hit against Sherwood, the sophomore, standing 5'11" from Mill Creek, Washington. And this one's popped up in the air in a shallow center field. Hatzenbeller diving attempt, can't get it. And 2 runs are going to score. It's 5-0 UC Davis here in the top of the third inning. Macias just able to drop that one in front of the diving Hatzenbeller. And the Aggies have now put up 4 runs in the top of the third. As Olivia McFarland will be up to bat, and now all 5 runs charged here to Lauren Fedek. And these last 4 hits, you had the rocket double that bounced off the wall. These other 4 have just been placed perfectly right in front of the outfielders of UNLV. 7 hits now in the game. First pitch here to McFarland is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. For Sherwood, a 4.91 ERA, 1-2 is her record. This is her 6th appearance of the year, 15 2/3 innings of work, 20 hits, 12 runs, 11 of them earned, 4 walks and 7 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .313 against Sherwood as this one's flat foul out of play. 1-1 is the count. And for Sherwood, the start of the season did not go her way. And the first game against Cal Baptist, 1 1/3, 7 hits, 6 runs. They were all earned. If you remember that game, Cal Baptist got multiple infield singles. The first 3 batters grounded out as they throw back over to first, not in time. First 3 batters grounded out to short. UNLV only got 1 out. You don't know how it would have been if UNLV was able to get those outs. Sherwood picked up the loss. But since then, Yanina's had some good moments against UIC. 4 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. They were earned. She did her job. Unfortunately, picked up the loss. Against Purdue out of the pen, 3 innings of work. She gave up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned. As that one is in there for a strike, 2-2 is the count. This weekend against Quinnipiac, she picked up the win. 4 hits given up, 1 run. It was not earned. And then against Seattle U out of the pen, a little bit shakier, but still okay. 3 1/3, 4 hits, 2 runs. They were earned, a walk and 3 strikeouts. As that one is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 3-2 is the count. Sherwood this weekend, 5 of her 7 strikeouts on the 2026 campaign. McFarland up to bat, the number 9 hitter. As UC Davis, 6 hits now with 2 outs. The payoff pitch is a kind of a defensive swing there by McFarland, and it's going to go out of play. Olivia, who's entering her 3rd season at UC Davis. Last season, she played in 38 games with 29 starts, had a 147 average. Coming into this weekend, she was 2 for 6, has a base hit in this ball game. Macias over at first with that 2-run single. She's 1 for 2. Everybody has a hit in the lineup for UC Davis except for Riley Reeves. And who had the best average coming into this game for UC Davis? It was Riley Reeves. Just kind of funny how that works out sometimes. UC Davis, who will be part of the Mount West next season. So we got a prequel to what will be a nice rivalry between them and the Rebels, as this one's going to be sent over to third. UNLV trying to get out of this inning. The throw to first will be in time for out number 3. Cook over to Williams. But UC Davis with a big spot at the top of the third. All of them coming with 2 outs. 4 runs across the board. They have a 5-0 lead going to the bottom of the third here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Bottom of the third here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. UNLV now trailing this one 5-0. As we got an opportunity, we want to mention this game is brought to you by West Coast Trial Lawyers. West Coast Trial Lawyers is the #1 rated personal injury firm and are proud supporters of UNLV athletics. Get the most with West Coast. 5-0, as we mentioned. 4 runs there in the top of the third. All of them coming with 2 outs. And Ashley Sawai is like, thank you very much. Got some room to work with here. She will face the #9 hitter, Lila Gonzalez. Gonzalez getting the start today at short. Her numbers on the 2026 season, Gonzalez just 1 for 19. That one hit was a double. Average at .053. As that one hits on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is the count. So the Rebels will try to get the bats going here. They got 2 hits in the first, none in the second. Those 2 hits were by the #1 and #2 hitters as Gonzalez swings and misses at that one. 1-2 is the count. Sawai, who was one of the 4 players that UC Davis brings back that got all Big West honorees. That one misses on the outside. 2-2 is the count. And she was also named to the preseason All-Big West team. UC Davis projected to finish 6th. UC Santa Barbara was projected to finish 1st with 6 first-place votes. Cal State Fullerton was 2nd with 4 first-place votes. The 2-2. And this one's going to be ripped into center field for a base hit. Defense was playing in, and Gonzalez hit it perfectly. Right up the middle. Just had enough power to get through into center field, and the Rebels will try to claw away. Good start. Leadoff single. Taryn Calderon will be up to bat. Calderon, she is 1 for 1 on the day. Third hit, as we mentioned, for UNLV. All 3 hits have been singles. Calderon's going to rip this one right on the line to short. Throw it back to first. Will not be in time as it gets away momentarily. Calderon with a beautiful at-bat, but unfortunately, as we like to call it, a right-at-him ball. Panziera over at short. Right to her. Almost got a double play, and that will bring up the #2 hitter, Rachel Cook, the starting third baseman. Cook reached on an infield hit in her first go-around. And she'll take the first pitch down low for a ball. 1-0 is a count. You got Sherelle Aki due up next here for UNLV, barring a double play ball. Cook was stranded over at second. Back in the bottom of the first inning. 1-0. Will be taken for a ball. 2-0 is a count. So the final stat line for Lauren Feddick, 2 2/3, 7 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them were earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. She gave up 3 extra base hits, got 2 flyouts, 3 groundouts. Was a couple strikes away. Multiple times, she was 1 strike away from getting out of that inning with nothing across the board, but just could not get the final out. And that bloop single by Macias against Yanina Sherwood brought in 2. So Feddick had some good moments, but just, it's kind of the game. Just unlucky breaks there as a check swing did. Cook go around. They're not going to appeal. So the count now is 3-1. Mentioned Sherelle Aki due up next. Aki, 0 for 1 on the day. So Y is set. The 3-1. Down low, ball 4. So second inning, UNLV has gotten 2 on the base paths. Can they get their first run of the day as the local product, Sherelle Aki, will be up to bat? And Aki talking to her in the preseason, part of our Rebel Talk, which will hopefully be up on the UNLV YouTube Athletics page here shortly. Local product went to Sierra Vista High School. She said one of her goals to improve on this year, be more clutch with runners in scoring position. She's got her second opportunity here as the first pitch is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is a count. As the Rebels now down 5-0. Need to chip away because now you're obviously, for UC Davis, they're just 3 runs away from getting to that sweet spot of being on top by 8. If you're on top by 8 after 5, game is over early. This one's going to get away, and everybody's going to advance. Kalinitra behind the plate, couldn't find the ball, and her and the umpire were kind of doing a dance move, trying to get out of each other's ways. And UNLV, beneficial wild pitch, moves Gonzalez over to third and Cook over to second. 1-1 is the count. Can Aki come up with a big-time hit? She's going to have to do it. Down in the count, 1-2. Both strikes on the outside. Kiana Chavez is due up next for the Rebels. Aki popped up to second in her first plate appearance, more into right center field. Sawai looking for her 4th strikeout of the ballgame. The 1-2 pitch. Aki rips this one foul right to her dugout. And we'll do it all over again with the count 1-2. UNLV today. So their 6th plate appearance as it stands right now with runners on. They're 1 for 5. With runners in scoring position, they're 0 for 3. In comparison, for UC Davis, they're 5 for 10. 500 average. 4 for 7 with runners in scoring position, and that gaudy number with 2 outs, 6 for 9. Aki gets underneath this one, and she's going to be frustrated. Another pop-up in the infield. This one's going to be clamped down here by Panziera. And Aki twice now with runners in scoring position, unable to get good contact, and that'll bring up the senior Kiana Chavez. Chavez will try to get a clutch 2-out hit with Gonzalez over at third, Cook at second. UNLV, they desperately need a run here after giving up 4 in the top of the third. Chavez rips this one high and deep in the right field. This ball is well hit. It's going to go off the top of the wall. It's going to score 2. Kiana Chavez with a 2-run double as she hit it off the top of the wall right at the Delta sign in right field. And UNLV with 1 swing of the bat got it within 3. Chavez attacks the first pitch, scoring Gonzalez and scoring Cook. And that will bring up Presley Barnes. So for Chavez, that is RBI number 4 and 5 on her 4th double of the year. And that one, I mean, just got off the bat quickly. I thought it had enough power to get over the wall, but Chavez just missed out on her first home run as a Rebel. So Barnes up to bat. UNLV give UC Davis a little bit of taste of their own medicine with the 2-out hitting. As that one's going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Barnes struck out in her first plate appearance, one of the 3 strikeouts for Sawai. The 1-0. Barnes gets underneath this one and fouls it back out of play. Count goes now 1-1 to Presley. Barnes, the Pacific transfer, the sophomore from Oakdale, California. A lot of newcomers on this UNLV squad. As the 1-1, Barnes pops this one up, and Sawai slips and falls. Chavez is going to go home. She's going to be thrown out by a mile. That's going to be out number 3. Chavez tried to bite off more than she could chew on that one as Sawai kind of spiked herself going for the pop-up. It landed, and a good heads-up play defensively, the throw to home, and that gets Chavez out. But Kiana does have the clutch hit, the 2-out, 2-run double. Gets the deficit within 3. 5-2 is the score. UC Davis on top of UNLV as we go to the top of the 4th. Top of the fourth, we had 6 runs in the third inning, all of them coming with 2 outs, 4 for UC Davis and 2 for UNLV. We want to mention that today's game is brought to you by America First, Nevada's premier credit union. Whatever financial goals you got for yourself, your family, or your business, America First can help you get your money working. So head to americafirst.com and join the home team today. Yanina Sherwood will be back out for her second inning of work out of the pen. She got the final out in the top of the third inning. UNLV, Kiana Chavez with the 2-out, 2-run double, but Chavez thought that she could sneak in that third run as Sawai slipped and fell trying to field a pop-up. But a good play by first. They did give an error for UC Davis. And they said it was the second baseman, Reeves, who picked it up and fired it over to home. And it was an easy tag, as this one's going to go off the glove of Chavez, over to short. No, it's going to be dropped at short by Gonzalez. That one bounced off of everybody's glove there. Sherwood standing 5'11", trying to get it on the bounce, bounced off the tip of her glove. And another base runner on the base paths here for UC Davis, as they have gotten it in every inning so far today. 5-2 is the score. And that base hit there by Deflison, who now has 2 base hits on the day, a double and a single. And she is going. Swung on a miss. Throw to second will not be in time. And Alyssa going from first to second. She is good on the base paths. Last season, 19 for 19. But Chrissy Fox said, I think that was a little bit too good of a jump. And now the umpires will talk it over to see if they saw anything that might overturn it before we go to a video review. As Kira Brady will be up to bat. And there's the challenge by UNLV. We'll take a quick break here and wait for the official ruling from the umpires. Right now in the top of the fourth inning, we currently, as it stands, a runner at second with nobody out to UC Davis on top of UNLV, 5-2. The umpires are done reviewing the call, and we will see what the official ruling is. And it is an out call. How about Chrissy Fox today? She's 2 for 2 on challenges. She was quite successful in the 2 games that I called last weekend. So for Coach Fox, that's going to be out number 1 for UC Davis. That has taken away a hit batter and a stolen base at second, has resulted in an out. And UNLV get a little bit of a gift here on the top of the fourth. We'll see if Yanina Sherwood can take advantage of it, as Deflison is ruled to have left early. And that's a big, like I said, for Alyssa, she was 19 for 19 on stolen base opportunities last year. She is elite on the base path. So for UNLV to get her off the base path is a huge, huge win. After the single that bounced off of Sherwood's glove and also bounced off of Gonzalez's glove. The 0-1 pitch is going to miss down low. 1-1 is the count here. Brady is 1 for 2 on the day, a single in her first plate appearance, and then grounded out to short in her second plate appearance. For UNLV in the bottom of the fourth inning will be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Maggie Vaza, Bree Williams, and Mantha Hatzenbeller is this one. Will miss on the inside, and the count goes to 2-1. Yeah, Reeves due up next. Reeves is the only player in this lineup for UC Davis who has not gotten a hit. Everybody's got one hit besides Deflison. It's like 9 hits overall now for UC Davis. It's the 2-1. This is well outside for a ball. 3-1 is the count. Sherwood, before that ball even got into the glove of Barnes, taps her chest and says, "That's my bad." Sherwood trying to get back in the count here, down 3-1. The pitch won't happen there. Inside ball 4, so Sherwood walks her first batter out of the pen. And still, UNLV has to deal with runners on the base paths. Now, this is the 19th overall plate appearance for UC Davis. 11 of them have come with runners on. They're perfect, not perfect. They're at a really good rate with runners on, 5 for 10. Runners in scoring position, 4 for 7. But the big inning, the crooked number for UC Davis there on the scoreboard is there's a swing and a miss. 0-1 is the count. That 4 spot in the top of the third, all 4 came with 2 outs. So Brady at first, second time that she has reached. Reeves up to bat. She struck out and flew out to center. And she's going to send this one to second. It's going to ground out to second. Well, she'll be 0 for 3 on the day as Calderon is able to easily flip it on over to first. 2 outs as Brady will advance to second. And UC Davis will try to get another 2-out hit here with a runner in scoring position. Five-2 the score. Panziera due up to bat. Marley on the day is 1 for 1. Walked and then a double in her last go-around. And that double bounced off the wall, and it started that rally for UC Davis for the Aggies in the top of the third inning. And Sherwood in control right now, 0-1, with Brady over at second. The pitch. This one's going to be sent to third. Cook has it. Throw to first. In time. A little bit low throw, but Bree Williams is able to get it, and that will end the inning as UNLV is able to put up a 0 spot. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Rebels trying to chip away. They're down 5-2 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Bottom of the fourth here at Eller Media Stadium in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, the entertainment capital of the world. A little bit cloudy today, but other than that, it has been absolutely beautiful to start out the first 2 weeks of softball here in Las Vegas right now at 68 degrees. Next weekend, though, it's going to be pretty chilly. On Thursday, high of 52, Friday 54, Saturday 57. There's been a threat of weather throughout the week, some rain as Maggie Vaza up to bat, and she attempts a bunt attempt, win a round, and the count is 0-1. Ashley Sawai back out for another inning of work. 3 innings for her, 4 hits given up, 2 runs. They have been earned, a walk and 3 strikeouts. UNLV finally able to get some runs across the board in that last inning in the bottom of the third. Kiana Chavez with the 2-out, 2-run double off the top of the wall out in right field. And right now for Maggie Vaza, she is down in the count 0-2. Struck out in her first plate appearance, did Vaza, who's getting the start today out in right field. UNLV trying to go above 500 on the week. Went 1-4 last weekend. Right now currently sitting at 3-2. One of those two losses was to UC Davis. UC Davis is also 2-2 on the weekend as that one's fouled back. Bree Williams due up next. Williams, who put her name in the history books. 9 RBIs, the most RBIs by anybody in UNLV history for a single game record. As Vaza will foul this one straight back into the stands here, right in front of us in the press box. UNLV, the line score for the Rebels, 2 runs off of 4 hits, 1 error. They've left 3 runners on the base paths and had 1 runner thrown out at home. For UC Davis, 5 runs off of 9 hits, 1 error. They left 5 runners on the base paths. The 0-2 pitch. That one's going to miss well outside for a ball. 1-2 is the count. Mentioned Bree Williams due up next. And then you've got Mantha Hatzenbeller in the hole. Gonzalez waits in line if somebody can get on the base paths. Won't happen there as Vaza swings and misses. She's 0 for 2 on the day with 2 strikeouts. That's the 4th strikeout of the day for Ashley Sawai. Bree Williams, she's 0 for 1 on the day. Williams flew out to right field in her first plate appearance. Bree with a red-hot start to her senior year. Had a breakout year last year. As the first pitch, she goes, well, same exact spot, but a little bit foul down the right field line. The count goes to 0-1 as her first out. Offensively for UNLV, coming into this ball game, their team average at 254. Opponents were hitting 308 against them. And just kind of looking at the schedule for the Rebels as Williams will take that one for a strike, and the count goes to 0-2. You know, they got run ruled twice. The 8-0 loss to Cal Baptist last weekend, and then Purdue beat them 15-1 in their other losses. They gave up 6 runs and 4 runs. So, you know, the pitching gave them an opportunity to win, but UNLV in those 2 games were only able to get 3 runs. That one's high and inside. Makes the count 1-2. And this weekend, in their losses, UNLV combined 4 runs. Gave up 5 in that loss to UC Davis, as we talked about. And then yesterday against Seattle U, they gave up 7. But in the wins, the pitching unit only gave up 2 runs. As Williams kind of gets jammed here. It's over to second. Throw to first will be in time by about 1.5 steps there. 2 outs, 4-3 on the score sheet. Reeves over to Poli. So that'll bring up Mantha Hatzenbeller. Hatzenbeller will try to get a 2-out hit here for the Rebels. She was caught looking. One of the 4 strikeouts for Sawai. And the first pitch, Hatzenbeller unable to connect. And the count goes to 0-1. Gonzalez is due up next. She is 1 for 1 on the day. The 9-1-2 hitters for UNLV have 3 of the 4 hits. 0-1. Hatzenbeller attacks this one and pushes it foul out of play down the right-hand side over at the visiting bullpen. 0-2 is the count here. Sawai looking for a 1-2-3 inning, a 0 spot, try to get the bats back up as UC Davis on top 5-2. They've led since the top of the first inning. Their first run, an error by UNLV in a rundown situation as Hatzenbeller swings and misses. And that is out number 3 on the second strikeout of the inning as UNLV is set down. We go to the top of the 5th. Right now, UC Davis on top of UNLV 5-2 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Sidney Poley will lead it off here in the top of the fifth inning. UC Davis on top 5-2 on this Sunday afternoon. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. Thank you for joining us here on the YouTube channel, provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Yanina Sherwood now for another inning of work, and the first pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Sherwood, as it stands right now, 1 1/3. 2 hits given up, no runs, 1 walk. For the sophomore, who was named to the Mount West Honorable Mention team last year, into the preseason All-Mount West team this year. As this one's going to be sent to right field, and it's going to land for a base hit. Kiana Chavez is now out in right field. A little switch there for UNLV as Maggie Vasa, I believe, was taken out. I believe. I will get the update on that. But Chavez out in right field. What Kiana was trying to do was go quickly and throw it to first because that was a rocket shot by Poley. But with the slip, Poley is safe with the single. And that is her second of the ball game as Phillips will be up to bat. The first pitch, Phillips showing bunt, lays it down. It's beautifully placed. It's picked up by Barnes. Throw over to first will be in time for out number 1. But a successful bunt as Poley heads over to second as UC Davis trying to add some insurance runs. Right now on top 5-2. Right now, as I got it, I'm looking at it here, Chavez out in right field. I don't know who switched over to left. Sherwood is set. And the pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Kalinetra due up. The starting catcher today, she has an RBI double. She's 1 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a run scored. She was caught looking at her first plate appearance, and that double came in the third. And she swings and misses at that one, and the count goes to 0-2, as we mentioned, that crooked number for UC Davis. 4 runs in the top of the third, all of them coming with 2 outs against Lauren Fedek, who was a couple times that she had an opportunity to get out of the inning down to the final strike. And Sherwood trying to get the chase, unable to get it. Count 1-2 with a runner at second and 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. Macias due up next. As the 1-2 pitch is going to be sent over to first. Easy play for Williams. Nope, as the announcer's jinx strikes. It takes a wicked bounce on Williams. And thought she was in a perfect spot. It bounces off, rolls to her right. Everybody's safe. Poley safe at second. And Kalinetra is safe at first. We'll see how that is graded. Right now, as it stands on the board, is an error for UNLV. So now Sherwood is going to have to work her magic to keep this a 3-run deficit. Runners at the corners here with 1 out. Macias up to bat. Sherwood has set the pitch. That one will miss on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count for UNLV in the bottom of the 5th inning. They will have the 9-1 and 2 hitters due up, and that was the same part of the lineup that got that 2-run bottom of the 3rd going for the Rebels. Gonzalez, Calderon, and Cook, who are 3 of the 4 hits for UNLV. This one hits on the inside. 1-1 is the count. So they are going to give that an error on Williams. And for sure, well, that's a tough pill to swallow because she got the jam shot that she wanted. It should have been an easy play, but it just took a bad bounce. And nothing you can say more about it. Just sometimes that happens in the game of softball, game of baseball. One attempt here, and it's going to be pushed back foul. And the count goes to 1-2. Surprise squeeze there by Macias. As they're trying to manufacture that run, try to go on top by 4. Count is 1-2. Olivia McFarland due up next. Macias, she is 1 for 2 on the day, singled in her last plate appearance. So grounded out to first in her first plate appearance. That one misses well outside, trying to get Macias to chase. Unable to. 2-2 is the count. 1 out here on the top of the 5th inning at Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. Yanina Sherwood trying to get her first strikeout. Won't happen there. It's popped up in the air to left field. This ball is well hit. It's going to be caught. Runner will tag. The throw was going to go to second. And UC Davis, beneficial on the air. The second error by UNLV that has led to some runs. Sacrifice fly for Macias. As the throw went over to second, no chance to get Poley out as she did her job, hit it on the line, and that'll bring up Olivia McFarland. So 2 outs now in the top of the fifth, 6-2 the score. UC Davis on top of UNLV. Sherwood has set the first pitch to McFarland, and she fouls this one into the netting. Count 0-1. McFarland on the day, she's 1 for 2, singled in her first plate appearance, and then grounded out to third in her second to go around. We mentioned UC Davis, if they were able to hold on for the win, it was their clutch hitting with 2 outs, 6 for 10 on the day. The 0-1. That one will hit on the outside for a strike. 0-2 is the count. Count is 0-2. Sherwood trying to get the strikeout and trying to get the bats back up for UNLV. Now down by 4. The 0-2. This one's going to be sent to right field. It's going to land for a base hit. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Heading home, and it's going to be the 7th run of the ballgame for UC Davis. Throw at third. Will not be in time as it gets away from Cook. And Olivia McFarland with a RBI triple down the right field line. The 7th 2-out hit. That one just snuck in down the right field line, got by Chavez. As it bounced off the wall, time will be called here as Anthony Oresco out to talk to Yanina Sherwood. Calinetra is able to score all the way from first. And McFarland now with another hit on the day. She is now 2 for 3, a single and a triple. You go back to the top of the lineup here with Alyssa Deflison. Anthony Oresco talking with everybody in the infield. 7-2 UNLV trailing this one. Seven for 11. I mean, the 2-out hitting, it's the reason why, if UC Davis is able to win, the reason why they're able to pull off this win is the clutch hitting. And it was just a conveyor belt in the third inning of 2-out hit, 2-out hit, 2-out hit, 2-out hit. And able to do it here with the triple down the right field line. So Sherwood after the mound visit, first pitch is going to be taken for a ball. 1-0 is the count. So now Yanina, 2 runs given up here in this inning. Lauren Fedek in line for the loss. UC Davis trying to give UNLV 2 losses this weekend, the 1-0. He is going to miss on the outside. 2-0 is the count. As we mentioned for the Rebels, they'll have the 9-1 and 2 hitters due up. So that erases those 2 runs that UNLV scored in the bottom of the third inning. Sherwood has set the pitch. Trying to get back into it, cannot. Now the count goes to 3-0. Deflison on the day is 2 for 3, a double. The first plate appearance of the ball game, leadoff double, line out right to Fedek, and then was able to get a hit, as that one is going to be in there for a strike. She was one of the 4 players who received all Big West honors last year. 2025 all Big West freshman team, as she's going to rip this one to short. There will be no throw. Valiant effort by Gonzalez to keep the ball in the infield. But McFarland is able to score. Alyssa now has 3 hits on the day. It is 8-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. That will bring up Kira Brady. As this game's starting to snowball here for UNLV. Another crooked number for UC Davis. 4 in the 3rd, now 3 in the 5th. And this one's going to be hit to left field, coming on in, and a nice play out in left field to stop the bleeding. And UNLV will surrender 3 runs, and they will try to get them back going into the bottom of the 5th. UC Davis now in control of this one here, 8-2 from Las Vegas, Nevada. Lila Gonzalez will lead it off in the bottom of the fifth as UNLV now down 8-2. Well, we got an opportunity. I want to mention this game is brought to you by Parkway Tavern. Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics, and your official home of Rebels on the Road with over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming in 7 Valley locations. There's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. Go Rebels! Right now for UNLV, down 8-2. Gonzalez came up swinging on that first pitch, unable to connect. 0-1 is the count in. Now she's down in the count, 0-2 on the foul ball. So the Rebels, who have surrendered 4 runs in the third, 3 runs in the top of the fifth. Nice play out in left field. We believe that was Maddie Scott who was able to clamp that one down. And she came in as a defensive replacement for UNLV as Chavez went over to right field. Maggie Vaz, I believe, is out of the game for the Rebels. The count is 1-2 here. Gonzalez singled in her first plate appearance and came around to score off of the 2-run double by Kiana Chavez. That came back in the bottom of the third inning. The Rebels right now down 8-2. 11 hits given up for UNLV. This one's going to bounce off of the pitcher, and the throw over to first will be in time for out number 1. That's a little bit easier there for Sawai. Remember, in the bottom of the third, trying to get a pop-up, kind of got her foot caught in the dirt and slipped and fell. Right now, she's sitting at 4 1/3 innings of work. 4 hits given up, 2 runs. They have been earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. So they'll bring it back to the top of the lineup for UNLV. Taryn Calderon will be up to bat. Calderon is 1 for 2 on the day, as the first pitch that she sees will be taken high for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Twelve hits as it stands. I said 11. It's 12 hits overall here for UC Davis. The 1-0 is going to be in there for a strike. 1-1 is the count. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. UC Davis now, they just need 2 more runs. If they can get that in the top of the 6th while keeping UNLV off the board, can end this game a little early. The 1-1. This one sent high and deep into left center field. This ball is well hit, going back at the wall. It's going to bounce off the top of the wall. Heading over to second will be the freshman, Calderon, who now has 2 hits on the day. She's had some rocket hits. Remember, her lone out, was a line drive to short, as that was over the outstretched arm there of McFarland in the left center field. Instead of bounce off the top of the wall, kind of got stuck at the bottom of the wall. So they'll bring up Rachel Cook. She's 1 for 1 on the day. Cook with a single and a walk as UNLV trying to get some runs back. This is part of the lineup that has given Sawai the most trouble, as this one's on the inside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Cook with the single in the first, infield single, walk in the 3rd inning, and came around to score on that Chavez double. The 0-1. Down low, throw back to second. Nobody's there. That ball's going to go into center field. Calderon, as the ball's going to be bobbled in center field. So Calderon is able to advance over to third. Behind the plate there, Galinetra thought she can get Taryn napping, but unfortunately there was no communication. Nobody covered the bag, and it went to center field. Brady then bobbled the ball, trying to throw to third. So runner at third here. 1-1 is a count. Opportunity for Cook with to get an RBI. As that one misses on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is a count. Rebels, their lone runs coming in the bottom of the third. The 2-1. This one is going to be taken down low for a ball, and the count goes to 3-1. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. Rachel Cook up to bat, wearing number 44. Previous played at Abilene Christian. UNLV today with runners in scoring position 1-4-6. That one's down low. Throwback over to third. I actually called that a strike. Wow, I thought that was down low. Andy Jarvis over at third, can't believe it. I thought that was ball 4. That one didn't look like it was close, but the count is full 3-2. The payoff pitch. Cook fouls this one down the right field line, and it's going to land out of play. UNLV was frustrated with the strike zone in that third inning. A couple close pitches. Slow the words down there, Wyatt. Where Fedek was unable to get the strike, as this one's going to be taken high, ball 4. So Cook is able to draw the walk. Yeah, a lot of close pitches that Fedek was unable to get there behind the plate, and that just kept leading to that 2-out rally by UC Davis. And that'll bring up Sherelle Aki. So Aki, this is her third plate appearance today with runners in scoring position. And she has popped up to the infield on both times previously, as this one is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is a count. Aki popped up to second in her first plate appearance and then popped up to short in her second. 1-0 is the count here to Sherelle, the local product. And she gets underneath this one and fouls it back out of play. The count is 1-1. Key, one of the top hitters returning back from last season's squad for UNLV. Sherelle hit over 300, 311. Kind of her breakout season. Her and Bree Williams, you can say the top 2 hitters back in the lineup for the Rebels. As the 1-1, Sherelle, oh, boy, she had the distance, she had the elevation, she just didn't keep it accurate. Boy, that ball was tattooed, but well foul out of play. Calderon is over at third. Cook at first. The pitch. This one's going to be taken down low, and it's now 2-2 here. Sawai trying to get, she would love to get another pop-up here of Aki. Rebels down 8-2. 3 runs in the top of the fifth. The great 2-out hitting continues for UC Davis. They're 8 for 13. Aki's going to rip this one into left field for a base hit. And UNLV has trimmed the deficit within 5 as Aki gets her first hit of the ball game. A rocket shot in the left field. Calderon is able to score from third easily. Heading over to second is Cook. And UNLV will have a pitch runner for Sherelle as Chrissy Fox pops out of the dugout. And we'll see who will run for Sherelle. Looks like it is Gwen Burnett, the speedster from Texas, wearing number 99. We've seen Gwen get a couple starts so far this season out in center field, and that will bring up here Kiana Chavez. Chavez with the big hit in the bottom of the third inning. Just missed out on a 2-run home run, 3-run home run to be exact, but did get a 2-run double. As she bounced it off the Delta sign out in right field. Cook at second, Aki at first, and UNLV trying to get some of those runs back. They're down by 5, 6 hits overall for the Rebels. Chavez is set. She rips this one down the left field line. It's going to land for a base hit, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall. Cook will score. Here comes Burnett. She is going to score standing up, and Kiana Chavez, back-to-back plate appearances with a 2-run double. This time to left field. McFarland slipped and fell as she was trying to field the ball. Gwynn has great speed. I think she was going to score standing up regardless, but Chavez down the left field line, and UNLV gets those 3 runs back. It is now 8-5. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change here for UC Davis. We'll take a quick break and be right back as UNLV's threatening with a runner at second here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 8-5, UC Davis on top of UNLV. Presley Barnes will be up to bat here in the bottom of the 5th inning. UNLV has got it within 3, 8-5. How about a day for Kiana Chavez? 2 doubles, 4 RBIs. And it will be a new pitcher here for UC Davis as Barnes will take the first pitch down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. It is number 33, Elena Edis, in the circle. Edis will try to limit the damage to just the 3 runs as UNLV chases Sawai out of the ball game as Barnes rips this one foul. Rocket shot out of play. 1-1 is the count. Sawai is on the hook for Chavez over at second. Elena is set. And the 1-1 is going to be ripped high and deep into left center field, and it's going to land. It's going to bounce off the wall. Chavez is going to be waved home, heading over to second with an RBI double is Presley Barnes, and UNLV has cut it within 2. They've scored 4 runs here now in the bottom of the 5th inning. He'll charge that run to Sawai as Barnes, as we'll have a pitch runner here for UNLV. And it'll be Brooklyn Heil who will pitch run for the Rebels. And how about UNLV? No quit here for the Rebels as Maddie Scott, who checked in defensively in the top of the 5th, and a nice play to end the 5th. And the top of the 5th for UC Davis with a sliding catch out in left field. So we've had back-to-back doubles here. Heil will be over at second. Maddie Scott up to bat. And for Edis, now she'll be on the hook for the runner at second base here. As the first pitch, it's only 1 out in this inning. It's going to be taken high for a ball. 1-0 is the count. So for Edis, the freshman, 11 innings of work. Last outing, she just went a third of an inning, gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Overall, her stat line, a 4.45 ERA. It's her 6th appearance. 14 hits given up, 7 runs. Now 15 hits given up, 7 runs. They've all been earned, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. And has given up 6 doubles. This one's popped up in the air over to the right-hand side and right center field. And it's going to be caught, a diving catch by Brady, who takes away a potential base hit. Heil stays at second. She was kind of second-guessing if that was going to be caught. And right after the dive, she was off the bag. She had to head back over. And a big-time play there to deny Maddie Scott an opportunity for an extra base hit. And that'll bring up Bree Williams. Williams is 0 for 2 on the day. Heil over at second. Edis trying to get out of the inning. Williams will take that one for a strike. 0-1 is a count. So right now, as it stands here for Ashley Sawai, 4 1/3, 7 hits, 6 runs. They were all earned, 2 walks and 5 strikeouts, but she's still in line for the win because her offense has spotted her 8 runs. Talked about it for UC Davis, not getting the bats going. They've got it going today. As Williams will take this one outside for a ball, 1-0 is the count. Or 1-1 is the count. And for UNLV, now with runners in scoring position, they're hitting a very healthy 400, 6-4-11 for UC Davis at 545. 1-1. Down low, 2-1 is the count. Got Mantha Hatzenbeller due up next for UNLV. The Rebels trying to hit around here as they've sent now 8 batters up here in the 5th. 4 runs scored. The pitch. This one's going to miss well outside, and Bree Williams is in a favorable hitter's count, 3-1. And Bree has shown the power this year coming into this ballgame with 3 home runs. That leads UNLV in that department. 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. 9 of those 13 came in one game for Williams, who put herself in the history book. And she was swinging for the tie, chased it a little bit high and outside, and the count goes full now, 3-2. Edis trying to get out of the inning. Holding on to a 2-run lead. The payoff pitch, well outside, ball 4. And UNLV's got the tying run on the base paths. The go-ahead run is coming up to bat here. It will not be Mantha Hatzenbeller. Christy Fox is out to talk to the home plate umpire. We're going to have a pitch hitter for UNLV. It's going to be Diamond Sefe. And Diamond's had a good start to her 2026 season. 5 hits and 11 plate appearances, 5 runs scored. She has a home run and an RBI. And she will try to get a clutch hit for UNLV with 2 on, 2 out, and the Rebels trailing by 2. What an inning for UNLV when it looked like that UC Davis had blown this game out of reach. 8-2 coming into the bottom of the 5th, and the Rebels with 4 runs off of 4 hits, mixed in with an error. And Sefe, she well out in front. She was swinging for the lead, unable to keep it in fair territory. He's got Williams over at first. We'll see how this would play out if the ball gets into the gap here. Edis is set. And the count 0-1. The freshman trying to stop the bleeding here, and unable on that pitch as that one misses on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Edis, the freshman from Garden Grove, California. 1-1 is the count to Sefe. Rips this one yet again foul to the hitting cages over at on UNLV's side. He's hit him hard, but unfortunately not keeping him in fair territory. Well, way too early there for Sefe. We'll see here if UC Davis goes for another off-speed pitch. The 1-2. Sefe yet again out in front of that one. Still 1-2 with 2 outs. 4 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Kiana Chavez, the big hit, another 2-run double. She had one in the 3rd off the right field wall. This one, she's able to get it fair down the left field line. The 1-2. Sefe gets underneath this one high up into the air into right field. This should be an easy play, and it is. And that will end the inning. But UNLV makes this a ball game. They get 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th. We go to the top of the 6th. UC Davis on top now, 8-6 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Why Tom Check on the call. We want to mention this game is brought to you by Sierra Conditioning and Plumbing. Sierra Conditioning and Plumbing has proudly served the Las Vegas community for over 30 years with a strong focus on quality and care. With service that soars above the rest, our highly trained technicians are here for you 24/7 to get the job done right the first time. Find out about our affordable sand plan, only $16 a month for year-round peace of mind. Call Sierra Conditioning and Plumbing today, and let's go UNLV. 8-6. In the top of the sixth inning, 14 combined runs after the first meeting between these two teams had 6 combined runs. It was a 5-1 win for UC Davis as Yanina Sherwood back out for another inning of work. Yanina, not the success that she would like to in that 5th inning. UNLV trusts in her, trying to keep this to a 2-run deficit as the next pitch is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. The Rebels with 4 runs there in the bottom of the 5th inning as Riley Reeves up to bat. Reeves is 0 for 3 on the day. The only batter in this lineup for UC Davis who has not been able to get a base hit. And due up for UNLV. This is a part of the lineup that UNLV is really happy to have due up is the 9-1 and 2 hitters. As UNLV sent 9 batters up there in the bottom of the 5th inning. And the 9-1 and 2 hitters have resulted in runs in the 3rd and the 5th. So that is where Chrissy Fox is very happy to see those 3 come up as UNLV tries to make a comeback here. As an excuse me swing by Riley Reeves results in a foul ball. 3-2 is the count. As we mentioned, defensively for UNLV, they have Chavez moving over to right field. That happened in the top of the 5th, and Scott out in left field, who had that great play to end the run by the Aggies of UC Davis. As the payoff pitch by Sherwood. Inside, did she get it? No. Just missed ball 4 in UNLV. Boy, Bree Williams put her hands up in the air. Over the outfield, you saw a little bit of groaning. UNLV, there have been a lot of questionable pitches for the Rebels that they've been trying to get that have not been able to. We mentioned in the top of the 3rd, Lauren Fedek had a few of them that did not go her way, and that just kept the at-bats going, kept the scoring going for UC Davis. 4 runs in that top of the 3rd inning. As this one is going to be taken for a ball, 1-0 is the count. So Reeves finally is able to reach base, this time via the walk. And now time will be called here as Barnes will talk it over with Yanina Sherwood. Right now for Sherwood, 2 1/3 innings out of the pen. 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 of them earned, 2 walks, no strikeouts for Sherwood. Has given up the triple, that RBI triple by Olivia McFarland. And then you have the infield single, sacrifice fly. I mentioned for UNLV, they did have the 1 air that bounced off of the glove of Bree Williams on the nasty hop. The 1-0. This one's a chopper to 3rd, and it's going to go foul. 1-1 is the count. So Reeves over at first. Panziera, due up. And she is right now on the day 1 for 2. A walk, a double, and grounded out as this one bounces away and gets away from Barnes. As she was looking around to see where it went on the bounce, but it bounced over her head to the backstop, and Reeves will head on over to second base. So UC Davis trying to get a run back after they got 4 in the, after they surrendered 4 in the bottom of the 5th. They had 3 in the top of the 5th, and really the big thing right now for Sherwood is the next pitch here on the 2-1 is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 2-2 is the count. You got to put up a 0 spot. If you're Sherwood, whatever you have to do to get a scoreless frame, because you want UNLV quickly to come back up after their bats got red hot in the 5th inning. Get them back up as quickly as possible and a chance to tie or take the lead, as that one misses on the outside and the count goes full. Now 3-2. So we approach 2 o'clock local time here. In the top of the 6th inning, Sherwood is set, looking for a first strikeout. The payoff pitch doesn't happen there, as that one's fouled back out of play. Panziera staying alive with the count 3-2, and now Andy Jarvis, the associate coach, is coming out to talk with everybody. So right now the line score for both teams. UC Davis, 8 runs off of 12 hits, 2 errors. They've left 6 runners on the base paths. For UNLV, 6 runs off of 8 hits, 2 errors. They've left 5 runners on the base paths. The difference in this ball game is the 2-out hitting by UC Davis. They're 8 for 12, 667. All but one batter in this lineup for UC Davis has gotten a hit. The only one who hasn't, Reeves, she's currently sitting at second after she drew the walk. And UC Davis has been able to get runners on the base paths at will. This is their 17th plate appearance, if it stands, with runners on today, in their 26th overall plate appearance. As this one's going to be sent into center field for a base hit. Reeves had to wait as coming on in as the throw gets away over the head of Gonzalez at second, but Williams is there to back it up. And now runners at the corners with nobody out as Sherwood surrenders her 6th hit out of the pen. Now we'll bring up Poli as Panziera gets her 2nd hit of the ballgame. Poli on the day, she is 2 for 3. Grounded out to the pitcher in her first plate appearance, an RBI single in her 2nd plate appearance, and then last time up got a single and scored. She's had an RBI and has scored 2 runs. Had a very, very productive day, as the first pitch is going to be in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count, and UNLV, Sherwood's got to work her best magic here to put up that 0 spot. Runners on the corner, still nobody out. Also a change out in center field. Burnett is playing defensively for UNLV. Runner's going to go to second, and it was just kind of a deke to see if Reeves would go to third. So 2 on, and now Christy Fox is coming out to talk, and she wants to challenge that Panziera went a little bit too quickly. Now, Coach Fox today, Christy is 2 for 2 on challenges. If she can go 3 for 3, very impressive day. Yep, there's the challenge. So we will take a quick break here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Challenge by Christy Fox would be a big one. It would put 1 out on the board. She's 2 for 2 on the day. The challenge is to see if the runner left a little bit early. We'll come back with the official ruling from the umpiring crew here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada, and Christy Fox for the first time today, unsuccessful on the challenge as UNLV thought that the runner left early, unable to, as now it will also result in a pitching change for UNLV. So Unina Sherwood is out, and coming into the ball game, number 34, Emma Wardlaw will be in. So we'll take another quick break here. We'll be right back with 2 on and nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. UC Davis on top of UNLV 8-6. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Why Tom Check on the call, and I stand corrected. I didn't see the out signal given by the umpire, so it was a successful challenge for UNLV. So Chrissy Fox is now 3 for 3 on the day. My apologies, I didn't see it, and quickly that call was announced, and Chrissy popped out for the pitching change. So UNLV makes the change. Also, one note, I said 2 errors for UNLV, officially now 3 errors for the Rebels, but they do get the out at first. Second time UC Davis is left early on a stolen base opportunity as Emma Wardlaw into the ballgame for the Rebels. The count 0-1, and she throws a strike to make it 0-2. So for Wardlaw, who has right now statistically been the best pitcher for UNLV, a 2.38 ERA, 1-2 is her record. This is her 5th appearance of the year, and time will be called. There's trying to get the right call for this pivotal pitch to try to get the strikeout with a runner at third now and 1 out. That was the gift that UNLV was hoping for a couple more gifts to put up that 0 spot here in the 6th. They don't get the gift of a chase, so count goes to 1-2. But for Wardlaw, she's thrown 2 complete games on the year, 17 2/3 innings of work, 18 hits given up, 9 runs. 6 of them have been earned, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. Opponents earning .250 against Emma. So Yanina Sherwood is on the hook for the runner at third. That is Reeves. As this one is fouled back out of play. Sydney Poley still up to bat here. And she has had a base hit and back-to-back plate appearances. Count is 1-2. Wardlaw set. And the pitch. Down low, and it gets away from Barnes. Here comes Reeves. She's going to score on the wild pitch, and UC Davis is able to get a very, very important insurance run here in the top of the 6th. Make it 9-6. Aggies on top of UNLV. So Wardlaw, the junior from Comfort, Texas, transfer from Lamar, unable to get the chase, and then bounces away off the glove of Barnes. So everybody off the base paths now. The 1 run across, and Wardlaw will try to limit the damage to just the 1 run. As I mentioned for UNLV, the best part of their lineup, and we have a little disagreement on what the balls and strikes were between the home plate umpire and the third base umpire. They're still sitting at 2-2. Wardlaw set the pitch. It's going to be sent right to third. Rocket shot. Cook throws it in time. Foley gave it a great rip to it. Cook and did a good job of getting in front of it, not allowing that bounce to happen, and fired a perfect strike. 5-3 on the score sheet. 2 outs now here in the top of the 6th inning. I'll bring up Kaylin Phillips. Phillips is 1 for 2 on the day. Struck out her first plate appearance. Singled and scored in her second plate appearance. And last time up, a sacrifice bunt. That was placed perfectly. It did the job, as this one is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Count is 1-0 here. Wardlaw. He is set. And the pitch. And that one is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. Nine runs off of 13 hits, 2 errors for UC Davis. For UNLV, 6 runs off of 8 hits, 3 errors. Teams have combined to leave 11 runners off the base path, 6 for UC Davis, 5 for UNLV. 2-0 pitch. And Wardlaw is able to get back in the strike zone. 2-1 is the count. Kalanetra due up next. If Phillips can keep this inning alive as the 2-1. He is swung on and fouled back, and Wardlaw is 1 strike away from getting out of this inning with just a 1 run across the board. That run obviously charged to Yanina Sherwood. Two and 2 is the count. Emma is set against Phillips. The pitch inside, and now the count goes full 3-2. As a team today, UC Davis, they have struck out 3 times, all against Fedek. And they've been able to draw 3 walks as well. For UNLV, they have struck out 5 times and gotten 3 walks. The payoff pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. And Barnes will flip the ball up in the air, gets a little elevation. Strikeout for Wardlaw out of the pen. But UC Davis does get 1 big run across the board. They all hold now a 3-run lead going into the bottom of the 6th. 9-6 is the score here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Bottom of the 6th here at Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. As always, want to thank everyone for tuning in on your Sunday afternoon, or if you've been watching on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Well, we got an opportunity. We want to mention this game is brought to you by Intermountain Health. Intermountain Health is here to help you live the healthiest life possible. As the official healthcare partner of UNLV Athletics, Intermountain Health is dedicated to promoting health and wellness in our community. 9-6. UC Davis on top of UNLV as the Rebels made this a ball game after they scored 4 in the bottom of the 5th after UC Davis scored 3 in the top of the 5th. UC Davis is able to get the 1 run across the board in the top of the 6th. They hold a 3-run lead as it stands right now. That run, we'll see how much that pays off for the Aggies as Lila Gonzalez up to bat, and Gonzalez has had a good game. This part of the lineup has sparked a rally, the big innings for UNLV in the 3rd and in the 5th inning. 2 in the 3rd, 4 in the 5th. So you got Gonzalez, Calderon, and Cook. The 1-1 is going to be set foul. 1-2 is the count. Rebels currently coming into this ball game 3-6. UC Davis 5-4. Both teams have been 2-2 this weekend. UNLV will be hosting another tournament next weekend from Thursday to Sunday. The 1-2. This one's going to be sent into center field for a base hit. Gonzalez is able to pick up another hit. That's going to be her 2nd hit of the ball game. And she's able to drop that one in there for a base hit. And we go back to the top of the lineup for UNLV. So Calderon will be up to bat. Rebels, the tying run is on deck. Can they get a 2nd runner on the base paths here? As the first pitch is going to be taken high for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Calderon on the day, 2 for 3 with a double. This one's going to be taken down low. And makes the count 2-0. So the freshman, Taryn, in a favorable hitter's count. You've got Rachel Cook due up next, and then Sherelle Aki was able to take out some frustrations on her last plate appearance after her first 2 with runners in scoring position. She popped up over to 2nd and short. Gonzalez over at 1st. UNLV trying to mount the comeback. The pitch, that one's well outside, and it's 3-0. Edis back out for another inning of work. And now looks like we're going to have a mound visit here for UC Davis. Half the infield was over by the first baseline. was waiting for somebody to pop out, and they finally do for the Aggies. So right now for UNLV, they are trying to work that magic one more time. They are down to their final 6 outs. And this has been a fun one here at Eller Media Stadium. As we mentioned, for UC Davis, who will be part of the Mountain West starting next season. A new look Mountain West, where one of the teams that UNLV was expecting to see in the Mountain West came a year early. That is GCU, who was projected to finish at the top of the conference. They are a really, really good team. And we just saw GCU on the women's basketball side for the Lady Rebels, who picked up a win yesterday. And I was telling Kevin E. Martin on the broadcast that not only women's basketball, but I think throughout the entirety of the sports that GCU has, they don't have football. It's going to be a nice, healthy rivalry between both schools, as the count is 3-0. Now both coaches popping out of the dugouts, and we might have a change here defensively. Yes, we are. We're going to have a pitching change here for UC Davis. So the Aggies will go to the pen with UNLV threatening with a runner on first, nobody out, and a 3-0 count. We'll be right back here from Las Vegas, Nevada. So a pitching change here for UC Davis, but it's not a new pitcher. It is the starter from earlier today, Ashley Sawai, who was replaced in the bottom of the 5th. She is back in there and has to get greeted with a 3-0 count, and that one hits on the outside, 3-1. Look to be outside, but as said, announcers, we're not the umpires. We don't want to be the umpires. Those are tough calls to make. So the count is 3-1 here. As this one's ripped foul down the third baseline. Boy, Calderon gave it a ride. As we mentioned, she has had a good day, 2 for 3. So Sawai out of the pen. I would say out of the pen, but back in the ball game as she started. Get what I'm saying. We'll try to close things down here as she's still in line for the win. She never left. UC Davis never lost the lead after she left the ball game. But it was this part of the lineup that gave her trouble. It's been giving her trouble now twice. She got Rachel Cook due up next. But there's a swing and a miss there on a 3-0 count. Sawai comes back into the ball game and gets a strike, a foul ball, and then a swing and a miss. And a big swing and a miss as UNLV is now down to their final 5 outs of the game. I'll bring up Rachel Cook. So Sawai replacing Edis. As Cook is going to send this one fair down the left field line, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. Gonzalez is going to be waved home, and UNLV ball is stuck underneath. That actually was played by, as Cook has to dive back to third. She's able to get back there in time. McFarland put her hands up, then picked the ball up. If she just kept her hands up, the officials would have determined that ball was stuck. But I think that she fielded the ball after she put her hands up. That allows Cook to advance to third as she was able to sneak it down the third baseline. And now the entire umpiring crew is going to have a conference call here as Coach Fox was out to talk to the officials to put Sherelle Aki back in the ball game. But Gonzalez is able to score what it stands right now a triple. Cook almost overran the bag because they didn't know where the ball was. So UNLV gets that run back that they surrendered in the top of the 6th inning. And now, believe we're going to have a challenge here by UC Davis. I believe to see if that ball was, I don't know if there's going to be a good camera view. So there's a challenge on the field. We'll take a quick break and be right back. UNLV, as it stands right now, down by 2 with a runner on third and 1 out. Back here live at Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And after the review, I wish we had a mic that could be played throughout the press box, but I think it's an unsuccessful challenge for UC Davis as Cook will stay at third. With that RBI triple, and Cook has reached base now in all 4 plate appearances, a single and a triple, 2 walks, has also scored 2 runs. Productive day for her as that brings up Sherelle Aki, her 4th plate appearance with runners in scoring position. And the first pitch is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. So 9-7 the score here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That last run credited to Edis out of the pen. Right now her line as Aki gets underneath this one high up into the air into shallow left field. It's going to be caught by the left fielder. Tagging from third. This throw is way over the head. And Rachel Cook is able to score on the gamble by UNLV. McFarland airmailed that one by about 30 feet. No chance. And Sherelle Aki gets an RBI on the sacrifice fly. And UNLV is within 1. Now we'll bring up Kiana Chavez. So Chavez, who has had a heck of a ball game here today. 2 doubles, 4 RBIs. She just missed out on a home run in her first double that bounced off the wall in right field. So Aki with the RBI on the sacrifice fly. That is her 2nd RBI of the day for the local product. And Cook able to score her 3rd overall run as Chavez will take that one for a strike. We mentioned for Edis, her final line score out of the pen, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 1 walk. So why back in there for the 2nd time today? And this one, Chavez off the glove, and it's going to go into center field for a base hit. And the tying run is on the base paths. The go-ahead run is coming to the plate. Presley Barnes will be up to bat as the Rebels just can't, for UC Davis, they just cannot put away UNLV. Barnes will try to be the hero for UNLV and try to at least tie this game up or keep the conveyor belt line going. Barnes is 1 for 3, an RBI double in her last plate appearance. She pops this one up down the left side, and it will land in front of UNLV's dugout. Overall for Barnes, as we mentioned, 1 for 3, a strikeout. Reached based on a fielder's choice and then a double, that RBI double as UNLV. We're down 8-2 going into the bottom of the 5th inning. Rebels who lost the first game to UC Davis on Friday night, 5-1 was the score. UNLV was no hit up until the bottom of the 7th inning. So Y is set. The 1-1 to Barnes. She gets underneath this one. And the count now 1-2. Kiana Chavez now 3 hits on the day, 3 for 4. Chavez, who was a over 300 hitter at New Mexico, but last year it was below 200. And she has been really, really productive to start out her career here at UNLV. As Barnes underneath this one, up in the air, easy play over at short, and that will end the inning. UNLV does get 2 runs across the board. It is a 9-8 game. Fun one here in Las Vegas, Nevada between UC Davis and UNLV. Top of the 7th inning here at Eller Media Stadium in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. A fun one here between UC Davis and UNLV. The Rebels down 8-2 going into the bottom of the 5th. That battle back to get it within 1. As we have an opportunity, we want to mention this game is brought to you by Findlay Toyota. Findlay Toyota is proud to back the Rebels all season long, just like UNLV. We play to win with unbeatable deals, top-notch service, and the Valley's #1 volume Toyota dealership, Findlay Toyota at Valley Auto Mall. UNLV down by 1. The problem is for UNLV, last couple innings, they've been able to get some runs, but can they get the 0 spot? UC Davis was able to get 1 run in the top of the 6th, and that is right now the game-winning run as it stands, that wild pitch that scored Reeves. As Emma Wardlaw back into the ball game for her 2nd inning of work, and the first pitch misses on the outside for a ball, 1-0 is the count. As the starting catcher today for the Aggies up to bat, Naomi Kalanetra. Kalanetra on the day. Had a good game, 2 for 3 with a hit, an RBI. Sorry, 2 for 3, 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored. She had an RBI double in the 3rd inning. Reached on an error. Has scored 2 runs. It's count as 1-1 here to Wardlaw, the 3rd pitcher used by the Rebels, as this one's fouled back out of play. So for UNLV, to try to mount that comeback in the 7th inning, it'll be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up. Maddie Scott, Bree Williams, and Gwen Burnett. We'll see how, I believe Scott will be hitting. Burnett came in as a defensive replacement, as a pitch runner first, now as a defensive replacement, as she was in for Mantha Hatzenbeller. As this one is going to be taken high and a little bit outside, and the count goes to 2-2. Actually, we have an update. UNLV has moved Kiana Chavez back over to left. Now Maddie Scott's in center. And into the ball game for UNLV is Cameron Johnson in right field. So that's the defensive alignment in the outfield for Christy Fox. Wardlaw is set. Count is 2-2. And the pitch. This one's ripped high and deep into left field. This ball is well hit, going back at the wall, and it is gone. A solo home run and a big, big insurance run for UC Davis as the catcher, Kalanetra, is able to crank the first home run for the Aggies this year. Just over the wall there in left field, it's 10-8. All but 2 innings now for UC Davis. They've been able to score at least 1 run. And that will bring up Macias. So Kalanetra on a 2-2 count, a line drive shot, and just had enough elevation to get over the wall. Chavez was trying to give chase there. And like I said, that is a big, big, big run for UC Davis. And yet again, UNLV, after getting a couple runs across, they had 4 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, but have surrendered a run back in now the 6th and 7th inning. UNLV currently on the year 3-6, trying to go above 500 this weekend as this one's popped up. Bree Williams giving chase, and Bree Williams makes a nice play in foul territory as she slides right in front of the dugout for the Aggies as Macias is set down, and that will bring up McFarland. (10-8) the score. 13 overall hits here for UC Davis. Actually, 14. I've got 13 on the scoreboard. I got 14 here on the stat broadcast. We'll have to double check there. As McFarland is set, and the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. McFarland is 2 for 3 on the day with a run scored and an RBI. It was an RBI triple in the 5th inning, where UC Davis was able to get 3 runs across the board. McFarland with the triple that just snuck in on down the right field line. So 0-1. That one is in there for a strike. It makes it 0-2 here. Wardlaw trying to bounce back after giving up the home run. But in game number 10, UC Davis finally gets their first long ball of the season, and it comes at a very, very important time, as that one just misses on the outside, and now the count is 1-2. Emma still in control of this battle here. 1-2 is the count. And the pitch is going to be taken high for a ball, 2-2. McFarland, who's getting the start today, out in left field. The junior from Cameron Park, California. Wardlaw set the 2-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike three, as Emma will pick up her second strikeout out of the pen. And UNLV now 1 out away to try to mount a comeback in the bottom of the 7th inning, down by 2 runs. Back to the top of the lineup here for the Aggies. Deflison up to bat. Alyssa been really good today. 3 for 4. UNLV's not been able to get her out. To double the lead off the ball game. She lined out to Fedek, which was, I mean, it just kind of, Fedek just put her glove up and was able to make the catch. And then 2 straight singles for the starting right fielder today. Last season, named to the All-Big West freshman team. The sophomore will take that one on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. Got Brady due up next. If this inning is kept alive, I mentioned for UNLV, 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up. Yet again, the 9, 1, and 2 hitters have generated the runs for UNLV in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th. 2-0, well inside, make it 3-0. So Wardlaw down in the count here. 3-0, a leadoff home run, and then a pop-up into foul territory, a strikeout, and now they're just going to intentionally walk the sophomore, who has now reached base 4 out of 5 times. Deflison has been phenomenal today. And now Anthony Oresco out of the dugout to talk it over with Wardlaw. So Deflison, as we mentioned, over at first. She's really, really good on attacking on the base paths. She was a perfect 19 for 19 last year. Was 4th in the Big West in stolen bases. 275 average last year. Right now she is over at first after UNLV was down 3-0 on the count. They're like, why not chance it? We're just going to give you the free pass, and that will bring up Kira Brady, who was 1 for 3 on the day. A single in her first plate appearance, also has a walk, but a ground out to short and a line out to left. Coach Oresco done talking to the team in his 2nd season as the pitching coach for the Rebels. UNLV back in action on Thursday as they will be hosting the UNLV Rebel Classic. It'll be Valparaiso that they'll face off on Thursday, 6 o'clock. All games will be on the YouTube broadcast here, presented to us by UNLV Athletics. Utah Valley, Idaho State, and then Merrimack for 2 straight games. As this one is going to be in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Thursday to Sunday, and then UNLV will be on the road February 27th through March 1st. As they will take on UC Riverside, Arizona State, Eastern Illinois, UC Riverside again in Wisconsin. Then they will be hosting the UNLV Red and Black Classic, Utah Tech, North Dakota State, LMU. As this one is going to be sent to center field. Diving attempt and is caught. Maddie Scott, who made a diving catch in left field, is able to make the diving catch out in center field, and that will end the inning. But a solo home run for UC Davis, and they go to the bottom of the 7th inning on top by 2. 10-8 is the score. We'll be right back here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Maddie Scott will lead it off for the Rebels in the bottom of the 7th inning. Last chance for UNLV to either tie or take the lead, or tie or walk it off. There we go in the bottom of the 7th. UNLV down 10-8 as Scott up to bat. It's been a fun game, high action, a lot of offense. If you're a fan of offense, you've seen quite a bit of it today. Scott, Williams, and Johnson will be due up for the Rebels as the count is 1-0. Next pitch is going to be dropped in there for a strike. 1-1 is the count. UNLV, who is down 8-2. Give credit to the Rebels. They've made this a ball game. They have not given up. And, you know, at least as they appeal over to first, not in they said that Scott did not go around. So the count is 2-1. But you got to give credit to UNLV. You got to find some improvements after last weekend. They went 1-4, a couple games where they were run ruled. The last game against Purdue was 15-1. You've seen some improvements this week for UNLV as Scott pops this one up and it's going to land for a base hit into center field. So the tying run's going to come up to the plate here. It will be Bree Williams, who has not had a hit so far today. She is 0-for-2. So Sawai, who has had two different appearances in this game. The starter, then was replaced, then came back in the 6th inning as Bree Williams up to bat. Williams walked in her last plate appearance. One defensive change. Claire Shelton is out in left field. Count is 1-0 to Bree Williams. As Maddie Scott off the bench has made some great plays defensively. Diving catch in left field, diving catch in center field, and now a single. Williams, who is the team leader in home runs, gets under this one and fouls it back out of play. The count 1-1. This one is going to be taken for a ball. Count 2-1. So the Rebels trying to have some magic here in Las Vegas. Bree Williams, who had a legendary game that is in the record books as it stands right now with the 9 RBIs she had, most in any game as a Rebel. In a single game, as that one was called for a strike, as Anthony Jarvis walking over to talk with Williams, and now time will be called here. So runner at first here, Maddie Scott, nobody out, 2-2 is the count, 10-8 the score. As Ashley Sawai, who is now over 100 pitches on the day, is trying to pick up the win. Right now, her stat line, 5 1/3, 10 hits, 7 runs. They've all been earned, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. She's given up 3 doubles and a triple. No long balls yet. With all this scoring, we've only had 1 long ball, and it happened there in the top of the 7th inning. That's solo home run. Count is 2-2. Williams fouls this one back out of play. Scott over at first. Maddie with the little bloop single in the center field. Got Cameron Johnson due up next, and Gonzalez in the hole. Barring a double play, Gonzalez, she's 2 for 3 on the day. 2-2 is the count. The pitch. Williams rips this one, foul down the left field line. If she was able to keep that fair, that's at least a single, but well out in front. And this battle will remain here between Sawai and Bree Williams. 2-2 is the count. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Scott over at first. 18 combined runs in this game. That one, ooh, just missed. And now UC Davis. See there, Reeves over at second had her hands on top of her head. Like, what the heck? Both teams have not been happy with this strike zone. Some questionable calls. As the payoff pitch, 3-2. Williams gets underneath this one. High up in the air into shallow right field. And it's going to be dropped. Dropped, but Scott has to head back to first. She was in between first and second. Thought it was going to be caught, and it's a force out at second. Oh, an unlucky play there for UNLV. Scott, who was kind of caught in no man's land, as coming on in, Deflison Ball bounced off the tip of her glove. As Scott saw it, she went back to first, thinking that was going to be a catch. That was her first reaction. Then went to try to go to second. It's a force-out play. And now UNLV, we're going to have a pitch runner for Bree Williams. Unfortunately for her, it doesn't get the hit. It's just a force-out at second. It looks like it's going to be Natalie Turner who is going to pitch run for UNLV. And that'll bring up Diamond Sefe. So it was Cameron Johnson who was due up in this part of the lineup, as she was put in as a defensive replacement. Now Sefe will get our second opportunity to hit, as this one is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is a count. If that works out to UNLV, they've got runners at second and first with nobody out, and a real golden opportunity to at least tie the game up. Now they're going to have to find some more magic. The 0-1. Sefe gets underneath this one and makes the count 0-2. One out here in the bottom of the seventh inning. (10-8) the score. UC Davis on top of UNLV. Turner at first. The pitch. This one down low for a ball. 1-2 is the count. So Williams on a 3-2 count. And, you know, remember in that third inning when UC Davis had all those two-out hits, it was just they were able to just kind of dink and dunk and get all these base hits in front of the outfielders. As that one is down low yet again. And UC Davis not liking that call. That one I think was a true ball. 2-2 is the count here with one out. UNLV today as a team with runners on 6 for 17. Respectable number, 353, 4 for 11 with runners in scoring position. As Sefe gets underneath this one high up in the air in the shallow center field. It's going to land for a base hit. Turner had to weigh it up. The throw to second will not be in time. Oh, almost another force out at second on a base hit. So UNLV, they've been able to get 3 hits into the outfield, but unfortunately, only 2 of them have been able to count. And now Matt the Hatzenbeller will check back in to pitch run here for Diamond Sefe. That'll bring up Lila Gonzalez. Gonzalez is 2 for 3 on the day. So Turner at second, Sefe at first. The tying run is on the plate, or is on first base, and the go-ahead run is up to bat. And you go back to the top of the lineup. Calderon is 2 for 4 on the day. Cook is 2 for 2. I don't know if it does keep going for Kiana Chavez to get an opportunity to hit. By the way, Chavez has tied a career high in hits in a game and RBIs in a game. 3 hits and 4 RBIs for the New Mexico transfer. 2 hits for Gonzalez. She pops this one up. It's caught by the second baseman. Everybody's back safe. Reeves able to get it on a line. Gonzalez, unfortunately for her, right at a ball. And we're back to the top of the lineup. Last chance for the Rebels. Tying run at first. Go-ahead run coming up to bat. Call the run up to bat. She is 2 for 4 on the day. Did strike out in her last plate appearance. You got Rachel Cook, who is 2 for 2. She has reached base in all 4 plate appearances. 2 hits and 2 walks. And the first pitch there by Sawai is going to be in there for a strike. 0-1 is a count on the fastball. Calderon gets underneath this one. And it's off the top of the netting. Now UNLV down to their final strike. Final strike, final out here in the bottom of the 7th inning on a game that is approaching 3 hours of action between UC Davis and UNLV. The first game, UC Davis won 5-1. 10-8 is the score. The pitch. That one will miss outside for a ball. 1-2 is the count. Rachel Cook is due up next if the freshman can keep it alive. A final game of the UNLV Desert Classic is a thriller. This one popped up in the air, but it's going to go foul, out of play. Into the trees. Count remains still 1-2. Calderon, who came into the ball game, the best overall hitter for UNLV in this lineup. She has 2 home runs on the year, 4 RBIs. She swings and misses, strike three, and UC Davis is able to come away with the victory as the freshman throws the bat down in frustration, and she is unable to connect. A couple unlucky breaks there for UNLV in the seventh inning. What could have been a single by Bree Williams that would put two on with nobody out, but the ball hung up in the air, led to a force out at second, and the ball game is over as UC Davis wins it 10-8. What a ball game. They improved to 6-4 on the year while the Rebels fall to 3-7. UC Davis takes both games against UNLV, and really, the deciding factor was UC Davis. I mentioned their ability to hit with two outs. 8 for 14, 571 on the day with two outs, and they were able to get a big inning in the top of the third. They scored 4 runs there, then 3 in the top of the fifth, but also I thought was their ability to get some runs after UNLV had their big innings where they scored 4 in the bottom of the fifth and 2 in the bottom of the sixth inning. But the Rebels, valiant effort. They never gave up. They were down 8-2, made it very interesting, had an opportunity, unable to, but I still think for UNLV a positive result this weekend after going 1-4 last weekend. They go 2 out of 3. Played some tough games, and you're seeing a little bit of improvement for the Rebels. Obviously, the big thing, get yourself at the right level that you want to be at. Everything fundamentally sound. You want to be playing your best softball by conference play. But UC Davis victorious here today as they win it 10-8. The winning pitcher for UC Davis is Ashley Sawai. 2 times she entered the ballgame, 6 1/3. She gave up 11 hits, 7 runs. They were all earned, 2 walks and 7 strikeouts. The losing pitcher today for UNLV will be Lauren Fedek, as Fedek went 2 2/3. She gave up 7 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Yanina Sherwood out of the pen, 2 2/3, 6 hits, 6 runs, 3 of them were earned, 2 walks. UNLV got hit with the air bug yet again. That's the one area that UNLV just has to get a little bit better at, is on the defensive side of the ball. Emma Wardlaw out of the pen, went 1 2/3. She gave up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned, 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. The top hitter today for UNLV, Kiana Chavez, who had 3 hits off of 4 plate appearances, scored a run, 4 RBIs, back-to-back 2-run doubles for Chavez, as she was able to really help UNLV make this game very, very interesting for her. Also, Cook and Calderon at the top of the lineup had 2 hits as well. So did Lila Gonzalez, had 2 hits at the bottom of the lineup for UC Davis. Deflison had 3 hits. She led the way 3 for 4. She was a thorn in UNLV's side today. And RBI, Macias had 3 RBIs on the day, 1 for 3 for her, and also had a sacrifice fly. So that will end our broadcast here today. We want to thank everyone for tuning in wherever you've been watching on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics. Next week, UNLV will be back at home hosting another tournament. It will be, for the Rebel fans, it will be on the YouTube channel that you've been following the previous 2 weeks. We will see you on Thursdays. UNLV will take on Valparaiso. Wyatt Tomczyk signing off here from Las Vegas, Nevada.